So we're starting a little late with the 9 o'clock, 9:11, with the St. Regis shovel-ready project. I wasn't sure what this meant, Jerry, but Dwayne called me later.
Can I grab your pen?
We like it to kind of be a little more clear on the
wonderful.
agenda so people know if they want to attend or not. So in the future, we'll have to get more information because there might have been more people who wanted to support you or whatever, if they knew what we were talking about. But anyway, go ahead. We got a shovel-ready project.
Yeah, for the St. Regis Sewer District, we would like to apply for funding. Brought the engineer, and he'll explain our shovel-ready project to you
Okay.
and get this started on the table for this stimulus. Is that the right word? This
I
stimulus.
guess you call it
ARPA.
stimulus, huh?
Yeah, the American Rescue Program Act,
Yep.
ARPA. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Everything's always a 4-letter, 3-letter acronym. So my understanding, everything's moving really quickly on this, and they don't even have the funding structure necessarily laid out yet as far as what qualifies any sort of scoring system or whatnot. The only thing that we do know is the desire is to have it help out with long-term infrastructure needs, health needs, especially if it's related to COVID-19, which would be like hospitals, schools, those sort of pieces of infrastructure, but also shovel-ready projects. And where we're at right now is 2 years ago, everybody's aware that sewer main underneath the river
Is that
breached.
2 years already? Jeez.
Yeah, it was 2
Time
years.
flies.
And with that breaching, the sewer district reached out through an RFP process for engineers to look at how to repair it and to get it repaired. We took a couple steps back because some of the options that were on the table weren't environmentally approvable through the permitting processes. We did a feasibility study, and we did it in a manner that feasibility study could potentially qualify the sewer district for different funding programs such as TSEP and other programs. The problem with those programs is if we went after TSEP funds, what would happen is there'd be a mechanism by which their sewer rates would be set, which would increase the $15 a month up to $45 to $60 a month, and it's all based upon the census data as far as the median income of the community, and so it's some multiplying factors. That is definitely not desirable for the community, and so we didn't go after that funding source. Currently, we've applied not just for the sewer district, but also for the business district for funds through a new program through FEMA called the BRIC program. And there's no guarantee that those funds are going to be available or awarded, but that was the whole purpose of doing the pre-disaster mitigation plan, was to be able to qualify for those funds. There is a cost share on that will essentially wipe out the operating capital. Doing this project, it will wipe out the operating capital of the sewer district, which is definitely not a desirable place to be, especially when you're running such tight margins anyway. So with this coming up, and it looks like we would have a competitive project being shovel ready, we're actually submitting to DEQ for permits next week.
Oh, okay.
That was some of what I was here for last night, was to get some signatures on some paperwork. And once we have DEQ's approval, there's a couple of environmental permits through floodplain, like we were going through up on that boat ramp, that we're also submitting for. But essentially the project is ready to bid and build within the next 4 to 5 months. And also my understanding is they'll probably have this program ready to go around August or September. And that's just through different emails and back channels and representatives talking and people in our company, because we have our eyes on those different funding sources. So what we'd like to do is just propose this project to be one considered for Mineral County as a shovel-ready project.
And I know they do prioritize in the ARPA thing here, water, municipal water and sewer, so it'd be,
Yep.
that's kind of what they're targeting.
long-term infrastructure,
Yeah.
health and safety infrastructure.
Mhm.
Yep.
Our goal is, one of our goals is to keep the $15 a month sewer bill. We're kind of a low-income community, and we really don't need to go from 15 to 45. If this doesn't happen, it's one of the things that will happen, because we have to get the funding, and probably by July, if this doesn't move forward, we're gonna have to go to the bank and borrow and put the sewer district in hock. And right now, we're right out of, we don't owe anybody nothing. But this is a project that has to be done. We don't have a choice. So we're hoping that you guys will take that into consideration as a community too, for the cost. And we're a county entity. We hate borrowing money and paying it back. It comes out of the community. It doesn't come out of this sewer board's pocket. Thank God. So anyway, that's why we're here. Hope you take us into consideration, and we're a shovel-ready project, which I think is what they're looking for.
Yep.
And I believe we do, have all of our ducks in a row for permits and everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, like you said, it's so new, they're still kind of figuring out the funding and what allocation and all that good stuff, but what do you have an estimate or ballpark on what this project for St. Regis will be?
$885,000 is what we submitted for
Okay.
the one grant.
Okay.
So Mike, what is the preferred alternative, the action alternative for the fix?
The preferred alternative is what we're doing is abandoning the sewer that's there. We're not gonna remove it from the riverbed yet. We'll do that under hopefully a future fisheries grant. That's what I was talking to Lad about, because they have money to improve fisheries. So no need to burden the district any further if there's other money to take care of that. But essentially, we'll be boring in a HDPE pipe about 25 to 30 feet below the surface of the bed and the banks of the river. Essentially, this infrastructure is meant for a 50-year lifespan, if not longer. It all depends on growth. And even if the sewer district grows, that's not lost infrastructure. Say the town size quadruples in the next 10 years for whatever reason, COVID, refugees coming up, or people just figuring out it's such a great place. We can always bore another one right beside it, or we can burst that pipe with another one at a fraction of the cost, since that pipe's already there. But essentially, it's meant to be the lifespan of the facility and the needs of the facility. So there's that river can move around quite a bit. We're not going to have a problem like we had before.
How far is it to bedrock there?
We're going to get a driller out to now that we have the alignment finalized. This is about our fourth alternative that we looked at. And you don't want to bore right on the alignment, or you create a place for your drilling mud to actually surface, and just due to pressure, we have to be about 50 feet off. So we'll be probably doing exploratory drilling in the boat ramp parking lot down to bedrock. We're not going to punch through it because of the aquifer. We don't want to have to create issues like that. And then also across the river on that private land, that location, we have the floodplain permit to do those borings. We just wanted to make sure that that alignment would be approved by DEQ prior to doing those borings, because they'll be expensive. Everything that we can see from the well logs around there, bedrock's about 200 feet down or in that range, 160 to 200 feet down. And almost anything that we'd be boring through is going to be more of a sandy or a sand silt clay mix. So it's actually the situation that you want for doing a bore like this. You don't want cobble, you don't want gravels.
I thought it would be more river cobbles, deeper.
No, it's from everything that we see, the location, the stratum that we're going to be going through will be lenses of sand and lenses of clays.
Is that right?
Yep.
So the cobbles are just in the stream, just in the bed currently,
More on the surface, yep.
from being washed downstream?
Yep.
Huh.
Well, yeah, I mean, like you said, there's a large portion of Mineral County residents live in St. Regis, and it helps the whole county in, you know, in the end, and the environment's gotta be done, so.
There's a building boom there.
Yeah, and raising the sewer rate isn't the answer either, because, I mean, you know, you'd say, well, you can always raise it, but when we did that, I was chairman when the sewer board came to life. When we did that, part of that funding mechanism took in the elderly and the low income, and that was part of the funding mechanism. And that's why we kept it so low. And, you know, I mean, maybe someday you may have to do that, but if we don't have to, it would certainly help out the low income and the elderly in that town.
And we didn't meet those thresholds for the threshold is impoverished, small community. And the reason that we didn't meet those thresholds is because St. Regis can't be considered its own municipality. It's actually considered as as part of all Mineral County, the way that things are set up. So we had to take in the account the population of all of Mineral County, which is probably a change.
Oh,
And the
yeah,
threshold's
that is.
3,000. So with 5,000 people, we didn't meet that threshold to be able to have that lower share or to be able to have that lower rate increase. And that's why we've looked at all these different funding options and haven't necessarily
Yeah.
just designed, because we could have just designed it and put it in and borrow the money, and that just wasn't economically the best option to do for the district.
We've been working on this for over a year.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like we just figured it out and we're getting ready to do it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's,
Because the current, the patch or the temporary fix or whatever, what's the status of it, and how much longer is it gonna hang?
You know, with that one, it's what was done was the right decision for the time frame. However, with that pipe being exposed on the river bottom, it's not a matter of the pressure that the sewer runs at, and it's not even necessarily a matter of the substrate that would come down the river. I actually looked at even up to the 100-year flows, what size of substrate come down the river. It might bump that pipe a little bit, it might move it around a little bit. The problem is having the sort of debris that we have come down the Clark Fork. And when you have a 30-foot to a 40-foot pine or a cottonwood come down with a root ball with a big hook on that root ball, the amount of force that a tree has in the water, I designed different fish greens and grates for those forces, it's immense. And basically it could hook it, and what it would do is it would just pull it, wouldn't potentially break it, but it would definitely just pinch everything off at that point, and then it would be useless. There would be no way to recover from it. And there's not a way to predict debris. So it's basically every runoff cycle that comes down, there's a very large chance that sewer could end up in a state of disrepair that they can't be recovered from immediately. So it was a good patch, it was a good fix for the time being, but the true solution is to get it under the river, and not just get it under the river 3 or 4 feet, but actually get it under the river.
and they've cautioned us, if that breaks, we're responsible. All the way down, all the way to Plains, whatever. If we dump sewage into the river, you know, who knows, what the extent of that project would end up being. But we've done the best we could with what we had, and to all specifications to get it temporary, I guess, fixed. So then we started going for this solution of a permanent fix. And that's what we have now, is a solution, anyway, for a permanent fix for that crossing. So, and the community is growing. We see it just boom, boom, boom here lately. But our facilities is designed and planned ahead 20 years to handle the growth of St. Regis area.
It's at about half capacity right now.
Right now,
Yeah, as far as the system. So there's quite a bit of growth that can still happen on that system. If you guys, because I've reviewed your various planning documents, but just even in the growth policy, if you remember, growth didn't just go stagnant, but it actually, there was a decrease of population. So that 20-year time frame that was planned for, essentially, you can start that over right now with growth actually occurring. So I feel very confident that we're not overlooking that. We did look at those numbers, made sure it was like, hey, do we need to make this larger? And in this circumstance, it doesn't help. And like I was saying, the best thing to do would be have what we have. You can almost double that demand on that system with what we're going to install, which would be an increase of about twice the population. And if it increases even more than that, you can either bore another line right beside it, or you can just burst a pipe through there. But that's an upsizing of the whole system for the whole community. It's not just that one pipe. So that would be a large project that would have to occur.
Well, the district can only, it's a finite area, so it can only hold so many people.
Yeah.
And a lot of the growth is outside the district.
Yeah.
So that won't affect it.
Right.
We figured you couldn't we designed it and have upgraded to 350 more units, right? If you built high rises, for an example. You can't say, well, there's not enough land in the district to double the capacity of St. Regis. But you'd be amazed what can happen when you can put a high rise in some place that holds many, many people.
Yeah.
And we don't know what's happening in the world.
Like a hotel or something.
Yeah,
Right.
you know. So, but we planned ahead for that. Since we started, we've
yeah.
it
You don't
planned
know
our
what's
growth.
gonna, yeah, like that, who mentioned that field right, oh, Steve Temple mentioned that last night, the field right across the road from Frank Smith.
Right.
Who knows, that's out of the district, but who knows what's gonna happen there?
I've always wondered about that.
Yeah, it's for sale.
Right.
It's not in the district, but we
Yeah,
we
I
can
know,
annex
but it's right beside it.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, Frank Smith's not hooked on it.
Yeah.
That is why we have these annexations,
Yeah.
like we did across the river to Clark Fork home site. We can, we want that. We want everybody anywhere close to this river or aquifer
Yeah.
to be in the sewer. We want them to be on the sewer district. We don't want any more septic tanks and stuff. You know, that's our main goal, get everybody on it that wants to be on it. And we have the capacity.
Hey, Mike, is there a way to estimate with the deeper depth of the pipe under the river? Is there a way to estimate how much more energy it'll take to move the material, the pumping?
Actually, yes. There's it actually balances out on the energy balance, because what was there was cement line ductile iron that was a smaller diameter, and it all comes down to friction loss. And what we're going to have is a slightly larger inner diameter HDPE, so essentially polyethylene black pipe. And the smoothness of that versus the concrete, it takes less energy to put that under the river than it did with the concrete at the higher elevation.
And it'll probably be slippery too.
Yep, exactly. So those are things that we look at when we engineered the actual crossing.
So I was just trying to visualize or guesstimate. You got more drop, you got more gravity drop, and then you got to push it back up.
We had to make sure that the pump systems would actually work, and the pumps are fairly oversized for this system, so they're not running as efficiently as they should. But if things increase in the future to that full build out, if those pumps were still operational at that time, pumps are, you replace those quite more often, but they would handle that.
Okay, well, that's basically all we've got, guys.
So do we need
Gal.
a motion or anything, Roman, to accept their?
When do we even have it on here as a motion, or is it just?
Well, no, I don't think.
Well, I wonder if we want to have maybe the details worked out before we totally accept it. We can kind of tip our hat that we're in favor of supporting it, but maybe
until you know the funding requirements.
Right,
it's
we-
really
yeah,
hard.
we don't know the-
finalization of
We don't
it.
really know the criteria exactly yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm certainly open to it. And since we have it non-action, I guess we'll just have to kind of let you go knowing that we're in support of it, and then we'll maybe make an official decision when we actually see from the feds how much we're getting and what we need to decide to do.
And Denley is not just looking for this project, he's looking for various projects around Mineral County.
Mhm.
But as far as my knowledge and talking with the business district, there's nothing that we could really have shovel-ready for helping with the flood control down there. I'm always spinning my wheels trying to figure something out that might help. But this project seems like it fit the docket, and I know that Denley's on top of it. He calls me to ask me questions. And,
I was hoping he'd be here today, but I imagine he's busy over
But we,
there.
we just wanted to get on the list. I mean, that's the main thing.
No,
was
that's a
to-
good idea. That's why I called you, and that's why Denley came down, and he was the one that mentioned you first. And first thing out of my mouth was the floodway.
Yep.
And I said, without that being fixed,
It's a tough one.
yeah.
And I guess what I can say about that is I think we have a great chance of getting the brick grant from FEMA. Once that's done, it'll take about a year to go through the planning process, but that process will reveal the solutions, the potential and viable solutions, the preferred solution of the community, and the cost to do that. And then once we have all that, we'll be at a point, then we can start looking at actual funding mechanisms. But really, until that can be done, because there's so many players with Rail Link, MDT is probably the largest one in that. There's just no certainty of being able to get anything done that's effective.
Okay.
That's all we got for the sewer district anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Yep, thank
All right.
you. Well, it shows up on my phone that Kellyanne called me. So I called Kellyanne back and I said, what'd you need? And she goes, what do you mean? And I said, well, I see that you called. Well, I didn't call. And I says, well, who did? And she says, well, I don't know. Well, that's what happens is it shows that she called, whether it's
Yeah, no matter
whoever.
who it is.
And I think that if you're calling the treasurer's office, you should get the treasurer. I mean,
Yeah.
it's on
Yeah.
there.
And they should
And-
answer it.
And they can answer it. And my
Yep.
feeling is the citizens pay their wages.
Yep.
The citizens are their bosses.
Yep.
And you don't hang up on your boss or you answer the phone from your boss, is my feeling. So
Yep. No,
I just
you're
think we just need to get rid of
Absolutely
the phone
right. Nothing makes me madder than to call down here and get that done.
I know. Or if, call and nobody answers.
Yeah, that's the.
I mean, I can see, some of these offices only have one person and they do have to go to the restroom once in a while, but, you can leave a message and if you don't get called right back,
Or you
then,
can wait 10 minutes and call back again.
yeah, but,
It's kind of hard when you can't get a hold of a person.
yeah.
Yeah.
You would call back in 10 minutes.
And I've had a lot of complaints about, the health department too. Yes, you can maybe have it answer me, if it's a COVID question, call this number, but if you need, call this number, and you should be able to get a person there. I know that they're really, really busy up there, but, when they waited on the phone for 3 minutes just to get somebody to answer the phone, and anyway, that's my 2 cents. Glenn, do you have any comment on it?
I only heard about it recently,
Oh,
about that situation. But,
In a negative light or a positive light?
kind of a nuisance, yeah.
Kind of a nuisance
Yeah,
light.
aggravating.
But the county's never, actually had, like, one number to call, like a,
a receptionist
like a
type
reception
thing.
of one, yeah, like a, call the county and then they send you wherever you need to go. Like a human actually doing that. But this phone tree thing was supposed to be an automated way to do that,
Kind of.
kind of?
Well, it came about with the Corona thing when a lot of the offices their employees were working remotely or from home. And,
Yeah.
but But what you're saying, historically, I don't know if it's because they were first in the phone book or everybody thought they were the heartbeat of the courthouse, but historically, the clerk and recorder's office kind of has been the one that does a lot of the, okay, I'll patch you through to that office. Okay, yeah, they're upstairs, you know.
So they're kind of the de facto.
And I don't think they like it, but I know in the past, that's kind of been what happens, is everybody would call Kathy Jasper's office or, Kellann's office, and, yeah, I need to talk to, I got a ticket, where do I, is it the courtroom upstairs or the courtroom downstairs? And we'll patch it through to justice court. So they're kind of the unofficial answering service. So if we remove the phone tree, I imagine we'll go back to that they'll be getting a lot of the phone calls again, unless our website has the phone numbers clearly marked. I'm not a
Yeah, I
computer
think the
guy. I don't
website
know.
has everybody's phone numbers on there.
I've never looked at it to see how obvious or clear it is, whose phone numbers, who.
Well, years ago, there was a little refrigerator magnet that had the key numbers on it.
Uh-huh.
Maybe something like that needs to be updated.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
And distribute it to everybody in the county,
Mhm.
the current list.
Yeah.
We should,
Maybe that guy that does
Or-
gadgets to go we could do that for a little,
yeah.
wonder how much that would cost.
Probably not much.
Or if does anybody do those calendars anymore? We could get a square on the calendar.
With all the newcomers, though,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, go through the store, most
Well,
of the people,
if
you don't
you-
even know most of the people anymore.
If you Google Mineral County,
It is on
it
the
comes up
website.
Mineral County,
Mhm.
Montana, and then under there it has treasurer, district court, county directory.
What's the county directory? The phone
Just
tree?
list- No, it lists everybody's number. Sheriff,
Yeah,
the county
county
attorney.
airport, county attorney, clerk and recorder, commissioners, and gives our cell numbers. Conservation District, Department of Revenue, Justice Court. It's got their number,
Okay.
everybody there, their number.
So that's why it gets aggravating when someone looks it up and then calls and then they get a robot.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Mine too.
I'd like to just get rid of it.
2 cents, 4 cents, okay.
6 cents a dollar.
Yeah. A discussion, but it's sort of an administrative thing, so I guess there's gonna be a decision made on that.
Well, it wasn't even discussed, it was just done without even a discussion before, wasn't it?
Yes, that's why I didn't think that it needed an action item,
Mhm.
because
It's sort of an administrative thing.
people just did it.
I thought there might be people here to talk about it, because I thought the offices might want to have a say on if they like it or dislike it, but. Okay. So, what is the board, officially the board's decision is to administratively change the phone tree?
Yep.
Okay.
Could I ask you to be specific on change the phone tree?
Eliminate it.
Okay.
Crush it like a bug.
Have it be where the phone number, Lori just looked on the website and the phone numbers are posted. Have it be that if you call that number, that's the number that is ringing, and you don't have to push 1 or 2 or be moved or directed to someone else. You get that office, and so if the secretary of whatever office is going to the restroom, it'll ring and be a voicemail, and if they call back in 10 minutes, maybe she'll be there in person.
We can bring it up at the department head meeting too.
All right, 9:40 now is Debra Francin with the American Rescue Plan Act update and other fundings bills on behalf of Senator Tester.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you all? It's been a while.
Yeah.
I think we're far enough apart.
Yeah.
Let's live dangerously. I got my second shot yesterday and
I
got
just
it.
got mine
Feeling
today.
frisky now.
No, a little achy
Yeah,
actually,
that's the way I was,
but not
too.
too bad. Certainly doable. Arm's a little sore, but it was a well-oiled machine out there at the fairgrounds in Missoula. Man, I was in and out in 20 minutes. It was stupendous. Here, I got to change glasses because I'm old.
Oh,
There we go. Now you see, I can see my paper, but I can't see you. But this, I can't see you, but I can't see my paper. Gosh. Okay. As you know, the American Rescue Plan, the latest stimulus plan, passed, and it seems to me approximately $850,000 to the county for water, wastewater, broadband, plus expenses incurred for COVID response, provide government services to the extent of a reduction in revenue due to COVID. You can transfer this money to a private nonprofit that is doing COVID-related activities. You can help them out. And workers performing essential work during COVID. So there's quite a bit of latitude in this money. And it will come to you, as I understand, in two amounts, one soon and one, the other half, in a year. And then that's passed, that's law. And then they're talking about an infrastructure bill. The White House it's probably a few months down the road on an infrastructure bill. There's a lot of negotiating to happen. There's the House, there's the Senate, there's the White House. But it will be very broad. Have you seen any of the printouts on what is proposed by the White House?
I have not.
Oh, I've got a couple of good things. There's a really good one by the National Association of Counties did a really good one.
Uh-huh.
You want me to send you the link?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So what you're saying, Debra, is that you mentioned $850,000, and that's just kind of the county share of the initial ARPA money, but then on top of that, there's money set aside for the water and sewer and infrastructure needs.
No, the $850,000 is inclusive
of that
for the county. Now, there's always, other grants available, but this is the big pot that's coming for that work. And the senator wanted me to know, do you have an idea yet what's going? I know Missoula County said to me, boy, we want to spend. They laid it out for me as to how they want to spend it. But this was a long time list of things that were way overdue. What are you thinking? What would you like me to report back to the senator right now for projects?
Infrastructure?
No, let's start with ARPA and then move on to infrastructure.
Oh.
Well, that's
So
what I thought that's the American Rescue Plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
just
the
before you
850.
came in, we had, Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I came in on the last half of that and heard the word flood.
okay, yeah, and that's another issue.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Flood would be
But-
more FEMA money.
yeah, and they're working on that.
Okay, good.
And they're not to the point that the ARPA money would help them there. But
Yeah,
they
FEMA.
do have the St. Regis sewer 2 years ago had a breach in their pipe under
I remember that.
the Clark Fork River, and they fixed it. It's a patch. It's Kevlar. Like he said, if a tree comes down,
That's that.
yeah,
It needs to be buried deeper and new pipe and new.
they're gonna bore.
Because right now, part of
Terribly
the
deep.
pipe has been, over the years, it's been exposed, and that's how it got a hole in it. So the fixed plan is to rebury it 25 to 30 feet deep.
Oh,
and
okay. That is deep.
Make it
Yeah, they're gonna
out
bore it.
of harm's way.
Okay. Any ballpark on the cost for that?
$885,000.
No, really?
Yeah, they've
what they
already
said.
been. Yeah.
Well, there you are.
Yeah, there you are.
Oof.
They must have heard how much we were getting, and so
No,
that's their
they've
figure.
been working on
I
that.
know.
Yeah.
The number came in first.
Yeah,
How convenient.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, there's that. I know your health department has been working night and day and are probably exhausted, so there's money in here to backfill some of that if you don't use it all on the
Right.
sewer. One thing I was going to ask you about, and this would be completely different money, was that last time I was here, the sheriff took me aside and said that they wanted to spend some money on radios, that they were failing, that they weren't able to talk to one another, and they wanted to just upgrade the whole system. He was new at the time, and I was wondering what the status of that was. Is it still something you'd like to do?
Yeah, I think he's planning on using the the COVID money from, to help repair those.
Oh, yeah?
signs. Yeah, you know, from when law enforcement could get their,
Was that the December money? They could, the
Well, it was
CARES Act?
what from, what was it, March of 2020
it was the first year
till-
when
Mhm.
the previous administration was in there still.
CARES 1 included public safety money?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. There's CARES 1, which is March, CARES 2, which is December, and then this is ARPA.
It was CARES 1 money. that
Okay,
we
CARES
received.
1. Oh, good, okay. Because I was going to recommend we look into also some Department of Justice grants, COPS grants, things like
Yeah.
that, and all
You
that.
might still have some other on the wish list
Yeah.
if it will, you know, qualify, but.
Okay, good to know.
But I know the radio one.
And isn't he getting a
had to get
car out of
addressed.
the cops grant
He's getting a car from the Stone Garden grant.
from Stoneberg?
Oh, good,
Okay.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, that's good. What else is going on?
So we have new cars for the first time that anybody can remember.
Well, that's
No
terrific.
kidding.
That's good. Do you have some four-wheel drive?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a Ford Explorer.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Okay, that's come
the
across my desk
police
a lot.
package. Now that's kind of the normal police package
Is some four-wheel.
yeah, the Ford Explorer. But what? So you were talking about the ARPA money, and you're going to talk about the other money?
Okay, there's ARPA money,
Mhm.
which is a given. Infrastructure money, where we want to know what you're thinking of in the form of our infrastructure, and that infrastructure package that's come out of the White House so far is pretty broad. And as I said, they're going to be hammering this out. The amount of money, I think it was 1.9 trillion they were talking about for the nation. But it's, roads and bridges. I was going to ask.
And water and sewer.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So this St. Regis one, we could save our 850 and let that one be a.
Right, but that's not guaranteed money.
It's not guaranteed. It's just.
So that's, also.
But what would be?
What about that
What's the
trestle?
deciding factor then? I mean, I think that's a pretty good candidate. What might knock it out of the race? Because number one, it's in the river, so it's not just the benefit of the St. Regis community with their sewer, but it helps
Everything
the entire
downstream.
public downstream to the Snake
Right.
River, and I mean,
No,
and then
it's-
also, so it's a DEQ kind of benefit to get it done, and it's a Mineral County that would save those folks there.
It's
trying-
Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I mean,
Yeah.
it is.
So
it's-
when you say it's not guaranteed, I understand it, but why wouldn't it still be a solid candidate in your?
I think it would be a very solid
Oh, okay,
candidate.
okay.
But you're saying the money's not
The
guaranteed?
money, the infrastructure money right now still has to go through the entire process.
Right.
But that to me is a very, very solid
Okay. Oh, okay.
application
So
of
it is-
infrastructure.
While they, up on the hill, figure out the criteria and how much and where it goes, that's the
Right,
unknown part, okay.
but it's wastewater, so to me, it's just clear
Okay.
as
Now,
glass.
I understand now what you meant by it's not a sure thing.
Yeah, and then there's the whole appropriations process for fiscal year 2022, which is the third batch of money for the budget. And that's just the annual budget. But again, that's where we need to know what you're interested in and what's going on. I was going to ask about, you didn't get the build grant for the trestle.
No, we didn't.
That is an idea for an infrastructure building the case. If I remember correctly, it's for the rail to
Yep,
trails, rails to trails.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Project. That to me is just something I remembered was that I'd come up here for the Mineral County Resource Coalition. Thank you, Lori. That they had put a lot of time and effort into that
Yeah.
build grant.
Yep, yeah. And that's kind of the whole hang up on the rail to trails deal
is the
you get to
trestle.
that trestle. And they've done lots of work on the upper side of it, gravelled it, fixed it
Okay.
up, and they've done lots of work on the lower side of it.
Okay. How's your airport?
Good,
Good? Okay.
yeah.
Because there's some grants have come in, some CARES money grants went to the smaller airports around the state, around the country. Some $9,000 grants, some $13,000 grants. I don't know what came your way, but there should have been a little something for your airport.
He's coming in later today, so.
Oh, okay, because airports are applying for those FAA grants for fencing, snow removal, safety equipment, hangars, aprons, taxiways, things like that, for small airports. So keep that in mind. There's affordable housing money, and I know that's a problem up here. I've heard that from IFG and others as to, and the school superintendents have said that to me too, that they can hire a teacher, but there's no place to put them.
Same with our deputies and our detention officers and dispatchers.
Okay,
People want to come work here, then they have to leave because they can't find a place to rent.
well,
And county commissioner.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Which one's that? Oh, you, yeah.
oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I have a guest room and you can commute, and if you don't mind the dogs.
What
Come
I
on.
find happening right now is you've got these people that are moving here, out-of-staters coming and buying up these homes. Well, now they're renting them out, but the rent is so outrageous that the locals can't even afford it.
Yeah,
So it's,
yeah. It's like that all over Montana. We're hearing that all over, is that there's just no relationship between the rental costs and people's incomes.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
I seen a deal there on Gallatin County.
That little
Yeah.
shed
Yeah.
that was for $500,000, I saw that one too. It wasn't a shed, but might as well have been.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay.
Average price of a medium-sized home was $650,000.
How?
Yeah.
Who can, you
Yeah.
have to be a double income
Yeah.
doctor,
Which
lawyer.
you are anyway.
Yeah,
You know,
well,
I
you're
mean,
double
to
income, but
buy-
you have to be like a.
Yeah, but yeah,
Double
damn good.
income
Yeah,
on
maybe
the-
triple income.
Six-figure double income.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I was going to talk to your hospital, because there's certainly money in the different things for COVID response, money, expenses that they have incurred.
You have a board member right there.
Cool. Howdy. I'll give you my card on the way out. Hospitals, schools, airports, roads, bridges, it's infrastructure. But as I said, I will send you the NACO link, which really spells out what the White House's plan was for the infrastructure bill. But I know that the president said that he's open to negotiation. This is not a hard and fast bill. And then appropriations. What else separate from? Oh, and Superior is going to get approximately $210,000, and Alberton is going to get $110,000. So that's where you can partner on projects too.
You talking ARPA money?
Yeah,
We get $850, and then those municipalities get $250. and
get more
$110.
money too. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The here, I got the printout.
Because I go to the Alberton Town Council meetings now and again, so when we talk
Let me
about
make
it.
sure. Alberton, yeah, $110,000.
Okay.
So, but St. Regis not being incorporated
Right.
is not getting its own money.
Right.
They're your responsibility, obviously.
Thanks, Dwayne. He's from St. Regis, I give him flack.
I see, okay.
It's an old,
Freebies.
it's an old rival. Superior, Alberton, St. Regis, we all pick
They're
up.
just jealous because that end of the county produces more taxable income than this end, so, I'm sorry.
I'm not touching this one with a book.
It's a friendly banter.
Friendly banter. And then you get into high school football.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, okay. What do you want me to take back to the senator?
Wow, we always toot that same horn every year, but I guess it's being addressed as Pilton, SRS, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
We want more pill money.
Yeah.
We hope they can, we would like if they figured out a way to align, make the formula a little bit more even keel, because the way they have it set up is, we get like 37 cents an acre, and Missoula County gets
Right.
225 or whatever. And I realize that they base it on kind of population on that, but ironically enough, the counties with little population are the ones that need the revenue. We don't have the people to tax to get our revenue up. So
Yeah.
Missoula County has,
And yet we have such a tremendous amount of federal property.
I know.
you know.
yeah.
This full payment base amount, and take this minus what? Oh, do you want me to sign in? Oh, thanks. Minus some sequestration, I got a number of $726,868 less, probably 5 to 6% for sequestration. Does that sound right
That's
to you?
per pill?
Peel, that's what I got from printout.
And of course, the PILT is based on prior
I'm sorry,
payments and SRS.
I'm sorry, that
so-
is SRS. I beg
Okay,
your
that's
pardon.
SRS.
That's SRS. I don't have PILT still being figured. I beg your
Okay.
pardon. And what, no, I know about the formula for PILT.
Yeah, because like, I mentioned the population, and like Wayne mentioned, then it's also the federal land. We have 82% federal land in our county and hardly any people. Missoula County has much less federal land, but more people, and they get way more money. But they're the ones that have more taxable base in land and people.
Yeah, yeah,
So it's just kind of like,
yep. No, we have talked to Mako about it and said, get us something, present us with something. And there's just, of course, the big counties don't want to give up money. And so until we hear from I should speak carefully here. I think, I'm going to predicate it by that, I think that we need to hear from Mako. So are you making the strong case to?
I thought that Mako was working
Yeah.
on.
Is it?
I thought that,
Todd Devlin had
Yeah.
a formula.
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of had a formula already.
Todd did?
Todd
Okay.
Devlin did, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
he's been working on this for years.
and I thought it went to NACO from Devlin
To NACO?
to the national. Yeah, 'cause
Oh,
of course that
okay.
change,
It did.
that change has got to be made at that federal.
It does have to be
Level,
changed,
so-
yeah, okay.
So
That's
the other
inter-
thing,
That's good, thank
the other
you.
thing you can tell the senator is we need to maintain our stance on managing our timber base.
Mhm.
We have a sawmill down here that is continually looking for material to work with. I hope that we don't see a downtrend in that. Lumber's at an all-time high right now.
I know,
It's terrible.
it is terrible, and
If
why?
you're trying to build a house.
Oh, I know, I have a meeting this afternoon with the Wood Products Retention Roundtable, and I was gonna ask them, why? Why is it just demand that
It's
has driven up the
demand,
price?
and I think part of it is due to COVID, workforce. It's tough to keep the workforce.
Mm-hmm.
We're just now getting back to where we have our full workforce that we did before the COVID thing.
And that's-
And the materials is
I think-
still always an issue
I
because
think
there's
Canada
always.
has changed how much supply they're bringing in. I don't know if they
Yeah.
That was the softwood
Yeah.
the
agreement.
tariff
Yeah.
or whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
So the supply from Canada is also subsided, which means we're picking up the slack, but because we've been closing how many sawmills, now we're not able to pick up
Yeah.
the slack. So it is pretty counterintuitive that if it,
And there's
basically a democratic idea is to provide low-income housing. Well, how are you gonna provide low-income housing when you don't have sawmills to make the lumber to make the house?
Right.
So it would be beneficial to keep the Forest Service on track with providing sensible, reasonable logging practices in place so the sawmills can make the wood to help the poor people get their houses.
And we
Sure,
have issues like that, which I know the senator's aware of, the grizzly bear not being delisted.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be a big issue. I mean, he has the list. But
okay, good,
We need to maintain that, I mean, that's our livelihood.
yeah,
It's-
yeah,
Without that,
that's
we
it.
can
Shut
put
the
the money
door.
away because
Yeah.
people are gonna be moving the other way.
Okay. Oh, it's 10 o'clock, I'm supposed to be quiet now.
Not that you have something more.
I don't
Just when
think,
you were getting me wound up.
Yeah.
I know, and I'm walking out the door.
Yeah, I was about ready to pull a soapbox out from my.
Yeah,
Go ahead
yeah.
and-
I got one right here.
No, unless, and you guys have my email. If
Yeah.
there's something comes up where you need a question answered about this, if I don't know the answer, which is entirely likely, I will ship it off to Elizabeth in our DC office who knows this stuff inside and out.
Okay.
And we'll keep an eye on stuff. I'll be back now more often. now that I've had my shots. I'll come up the road. And if there's anything else separate from this that we can be of help or something you need the
Okay.
senator to know. Oh, one last thing I did know. In the infrastructure bill, there is talk about wildfire mitigation. With wildfire mitigation comes thinning. With thinning comes lumber. So that is where we are seeing the infrastructure bill. ARPA doesn't address it at all. It's COVID, it's COVID specific. But the infrastructure bill does have that in it, and so that shows some promise.
Good.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank
Thanks for
you.
making the trip down.
Yes.
Oh, I was so ready to get out of town. I've been,
Missoula?
no, I've been in my guest room, and it's not that big a room for pretty much the last year. So I am thrilled to take a road trip. And if you're ever in Missoula, I'm next door to the Top Hat Bar. So
Oh,
come
you
on.
are? Okay.
Yeah. The story that we have a pass-through window is not true.
It's not true.
No.
I thought it was just for food anyway. What are you talking about?
Friday afternoon's coming right up.
Oh, do they make good margaritas down there? Oh, never mind.
I wouldn't know.
You
Roman.
wouldn't know, okay.
I wouldn't know. Okay, you all take care.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm guessing.
Did that make up at all from the bigger meeting last night?
I haven't brought this up.
I don't know how many fully versus like first doses, but I can tell you how many shots we've given.
Oh, that's
Perfect, good
yeah.
enough, okay.
I get that question. Everybody's always asking me. It's like, well, I think about.
And I think.
All right, it's 10 minutes after 10, and I will call the Board of Health meeting to order. First item on the agenda is minute review.
Found it.
Has everyone had a chance to
no, I can't
look
do
at the
that.
minutes?
This is a song I told Jen she has to hear it. It was written by a good friend that wrote the Wide Open Spaces.
Oh,
And she sang it. It's about to all the medical and the nurses especially
oh, cool.
during COVID.
Well, you can listen to it, Jen.
Okay. While people are reviewing minutes.
Well, Chairman, I'll move that we approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of March 5th, 2021, Board of Health meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, unfinished business, none. Public comment. Do we have any public comment? No public comment. New business. Does the Board of Health want to approve events again this year?
What event? You just mean any events?
Well, any large events like we did, actually, I think you guys approved them last year. I had to stop and think about this for a minute. Remember the health department
Oh,
approved them last year.
right. So some of those weddings and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, the
Everything.
flea market.
Oh, yeah, the flea
Yeah.
market.
The
Yeah,
rail
all the
and-
events. So, that's the biggest thing. I do have a little update for you, but let's talk about events first. So,
Okay.
with the new directive, which we emailed out last night, and I'm sure you've seen it, the health departments are no longer tasked with having to approve events. And so, we can pretty much do whatever we want. We, as in the Board of Health. I mean, ultimately, it's your guys' decision if you want us to approve events or not. And I'm glad Ellen's here because I'm curious about the liability, like where liability falls if we say, what this says is that for public gatherings, any public gathering or event should be managed in a way that accommodates the CDC social distancing guidelines. So the way I interpret that is the organizer, whether you're a business owner or you're, the flea market organizer, has to ensure social distancing. And then how will they do that? And then if there's an outbreak and let's say somebody dies, is there liability? I don't really know how to navigate that, but we are starting to get some requests like, hey, can you approve our event? And we're like, we're not doing that this year, but we could. we're always available for consultation on, like tips and tricks on how to maybe do more social distancing or, minimize risk. But do we want to have to approve them? Or
And with the new governor's decree, do we need to? I mean,
No.
what's his rules on that?
he's really emphasizing personal responsibility, and like I said,
So,
they
I
just
guess-
should be managed in a way.
I
And
guess I'll
don't
get
really
back to
know
the
how that is.
liability thing. If the governor and the CDC have these rules and we're just going with what they say, how does that put us out in any liability when we're just complying with the request of the state?
I don't know if I would say that the CDC's guidelines and the governor's
Necessarily.
jive exactly. But that's, I would maybe send that over to Jen. From my understanding as a non-medical person, I don't think the CDC recommendations are the same as the governor's, or what he says is okay. But he is, these are the mandates he's done. But we rely on our health department and medical personnel to tell us, with the science and what we know from medical professionals, what is the best way to do this.
But they don't even agree.
I know, and so that's why we have to decide as the Board of Health what we're going to do for Mineral County. And then I was just brainstorming through some of these things. Like if you have a race, that's pretty low risk because people run at their own pace, blah, blah, blah. But if you have the flea market, like I looked at the plan that they sent, and it's fine, it's great. They say we're going to put hand sanitizers and we're going to space out the food lines. But how are they going to do that? And if it's held on like county ground, is there any liability to the county, or does it? I'm a little bit confused as to where liability falls and who's responsible. Is it event organizer? Is it the property owner? Is it the business? Is it who? Or is it just free will? Like if you come to the flea market, then you are assuming a certain amount of responsibility for your own health and safety, and we just go that route. I'm not sure, but those are the questions we're starting to get. And since it's summer,
And then follow that up with, was there a bill, I don't know what happened to it, a bill that released certain entities from liability for that reason, that people come out on if you're gonna go to Fred's Bar and have corned beef and cabbage on a crowded St. Patty's Day, then the bar can't be sued because the law says now you're going out on your own and you know what you're getting into.
I know that certain entities were
Exempt from that?
exempt. I know that like schools were not.
Schools were not.
Certain ones were not. I'm sorry. Dawn, it sounds like there's people in a waiting room and they need to be let in.
Okay.
So I don't know if you
Let 'em
kind
in, Dawn.
of click around
Let
on
'em
there.
in.
Let them in.
Oh, that waiting room, oh.
Yeah. I'm just getting some text
And
messages.
so,
Well, the
have you
thing
done?
it
I
says the session
kind of
is unlocked.
wonder about too is if we do
No.
permit
What
these
have you done?
events, issue permits,
What have you
who's
done?
going to enforce that?
Yeah.
Someone would have to say that all the events need to be permitted, and if you don't get a permit, you don't happen. Or if you don't follow the rules, I mean, how does all that enforcement work if we start going down that permit? That'd be the other kind of shoe on it
Yeah, that'd be-
too.
I could add something to this. So it seems very similar to like the licensed establishment program, right? The state has these rules about food service. They get inspected once a year. The rest of the days they have to comply. And if someone gets sick from them not complying, we're not held accountable, right?
Right.
It's the establishment
Right.
that's held accountable.
Yeah, because you can't be looking over their shoulder the entire 360 days or whatever that they're cooking a hamburger.
However, I'm concerned if it's on county property. That's where it might be different. That we have, it could be looked at, I'm not saying it is, because of course, I'm supposed to be looking at all the dangers that could pose to the county. Would we, because I hate to say, I've never done personal injury law, I haven't ever done civil practice, but I do remember from law school days of if you're going to sue somebody civilly, you sue everybody. Not saying that we wouldn't get out of it, but they would sue the county, they would sue the commissioners, they probably sue the county attorney, they'd sue the health department. If we said, yes, you can hold this on county property. So I think that would, if we're talking about the flea market, something that's on county property or the rodeo, that might be just a little bit different from your example is sounds good to me. That sounds right. We license you for a year and we expect you to follow these rules for the whole year. We're not going to be going in there every day and every time you cook a meal making sure you're not making people sick. But if you make people sick, even though we approved it a year ago, we're not on the hook. You didn't follow what you agreed to follow. I think it might throw a wrinkle into it if it's on county property. I don't know, but it is something that, we might just want to take a peek at. Is that tacit approval for people to, to communicate, gather? And then if they're not following guidelines, were we supposed to have somebody there from the county to assure that they were? I would hope not. Because we ran into this last year. I mean, remember that, I'm just thinking of like the car show. I think that went fine, but we were told that they were going to comply, and then unfortunately we see in the paper a picture where they're not in compliance. So, we hope that they're going to do what they say they do, and it wasn't intentional, but yes, we're going to do this, and then if they don't do it, is it on us because we didn't babysit them, or we didn't have a compliance officer? I think, and the reason I brought up the car show was because it was on county property. That's where I probably worry more than anything else. If it's a private wedding with the relaxation in the guidelines from the state, I'm not as worried. On county property, I feel like I'd want to check with other counties, maybe check with the AG and say, has anybody asked for an opinion on this? Just to protect the county.
Yeah, and along those lines, just like the licensed establishment, by them signing the application for food service, they're saying they're going to follow these guidelines. We could have something, here's the guidelines, you must follow them.
Yeah.
They're not going to comply, right? You get a bunch of people together, I mean, it's just, just doesn't happen.
No.
Right? There's human nature, but then at least we have something that says you're.
Kind of, and you guys did that last year.
Yeah.
Which is good. I mean, it does.
Because even if we make them permit and we grant them based on what they say they're going to do, they can still not do it. Are we still not liable? I mean, we gave them the permit.
I'm just putting you on speaker.
So I just would want to check, is there any kind of added liability to the county if it's on county property? I would just want to check that. And in that case, again, we still don't want to, we don't have the personnel, we all know that, to enforce it. But could we then say, if you're going to hold something on county property, we want you to have additional liability insurance? Or we need a copy of your liability insurance? Or we need to know that your insurer understands that if there's a COVID outbreak, that you're covered. Your insurance is going to cover that COVID outbreak, if it ends up,
Do insurance companies cover that kind of stuff? I mean, under a general policy?
I don't think so.
I doubt it.
Yeah,
I
don't know why they want to.
And it's so new anyway. I mean, it's
Right.
Well, and what about if someone got the flu and died at a county? I mean,
How would you know? Yep.
And how would you know where you got it? You could have got it at the gas station before they went to the flea market. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, and that might be something like we said, we may not ever be able to trace it back, but since this is so new, it's so novel, but we have, in just such a short time, a little over a year, developed protocols where we now have people who contact trace. So there might be a way to say, boy, we haven't had an outbreak like this, except for these 10 people who all got it, were all at the flea market on that Saturday. Is it 100%? Maybe not, but are we pretty darn sure yes? Because we all know that they ate at this place, and they all said that they, weren't wearing masks, and they sat at the same table, and they didn't, because we are doing, or we have been doing contract tracing, and it's not foolproof, of course not, but it's an evolving kind of discipline on trying to figure out where this came from. I would almost bet, I don't know why insurance companies would insure that unless then they can charge, okay, we're going to charge astronomical rates. And then we'll cover you.
Well,
but that's something we could just ask, or will you consider that? Or will you consider bumping up, or we require at least, $100,000 liability? Almost kind of like with the state with driving. You have to have liability insurance to drive a car, and you have to have a minimum amount.
And I think the community council does have liability because they're the same ones that do the fireworks event down there.
Aren't
If they don't have some kind of liability insurance for that, and they do it, in the park.
I have a question. Aren't they the ones that have written up their prospectus for this event?
Yeah, it's right here.
And they're the ones that are asking permission to do it? So let them take the liability. The
community council.
The council,
yeah.
For what event?
Flea event.
For the flea market.
Yeah,
That's what we were
okay.
talking about.
All right, I didn't know that, okay.
Yeah, and with the advent of the vaccine, I mean, to me, the COVID boogeyman is not as big and scary as it was a year ago. I mean,
No. Well, could we, I mean, even if we don't require them to get a permit, we can encourage people to do it, and then they can advertise in the thing that we've met these guidelines, so people would be more comfortable coming. I mean, that could be an alternative, and then that way it would put it back on the person that you want to go. You know, this one is making the effort to protect people, and this one isn't. So you make your own judgment if you go or not. I mean, instead of having to go down that slippery slope of liability and policing
And I can
enforcement.
hopefully get to it and at least see if there's anything out there in the state where anybody's actually addressed.
Yeah.
Again, from the perspective of county, I would want to look at anything on the county property.
Yeah.
If we can't find anything, then of course it's a decision of, with the current state of affairs in Montana and what has come down from, the governor's office, this is what we're recommending. Personal responsibility, we're encouraging this, we'd like this, and we're here as a resource for you if you'd like to utilize it. However, if you're on county property, we're going to, because that could be a benefit that you're using county property. So almost like a privilege, like driving. If you're going to use the county property, we're going to expect a couple higher things. If I can find something that says, yeah, you want to be careful with that, because I would just like to check.
I think that that's a great next step. Just figure out if this is even an issue that we
It
could
might not
dive
even be an
into.
issue. It might not even be an
I
issue.
mean, I really do feel that since the vaccine is available and it's been available since January 22nd, and most people have had an opportunity to get it, that we are moving out of a scarier phase. The risk is still there, of course.
Sure,
'cause we don't know.
it's always going to be there.
But, yeah, I mean, but I don't,
Yeah.
I mean, if we decide to approve all the plans again, we're gonna have to really talk about who is going to do that and when. And
And who's going to enforce
so I would
it?
like to find out if this is even something we need to be doing, and we can, like you said, if someone wants to have an event, we can have just a little flyer, like, here's the things we recommend, we're here if you want to bounce some ideas off of us, use this as a resource, but at this point, I don't really want to commit my staff to approving every single plan for the county. I just think we're in a different place.
You got your hands
and
full.
I agree with Andy too, that once the plan is there, it looks so pretty on paper, when people get there,
Yeah.
it's just whatever.
Absolutely.
responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen those little bottles of sanitizer, little
Yeah.
tables, no one goes by and uses them. I mean, yeah, they put them out there, they made the effort, looks good, but everybody's just doing their thing, and they're dancing, and they're
Yeah.
hugging, and they're whatever.
We don't dance at the flea market.
How do you keep the fleas off you? You gotta move around and keep those fleas off.
I mean, I think it would be good for the Board of Health to have some kind of a statement, that's just maybe uses some of the governor's language that emphasizes personal responsibility and all those things. Please do the right thing to protect our community, and everybody. So I would recommend that. Some kind of a statement, so if Alan can figure out if this is even a thing we need to go down with
That's the
county
only concern I
property.
have. It is just anything on the county property, but I totally agree with it. We don't have the staff, we don't have the personnel. Things have changed in the last year, and we have, a directive from the governor, again, about personal responsibility, and I'm fine with that. The only thing I would want to just check is, can we potentially limit our liability if somebody holds something on county property? Because, but
And
other than that-
I'll check with the community council and see if they have anything as far as code. I'm certain that they have
I
some.
can't imagine.
I'm certain that they have some kind of blanket liability
Yes,
insurance
yeah.
because they hold lots of events over there.
Yeah.
The trail run, the 4th of July, that's all.
And then the other big one would be the fair and the rodeo.
Yep.
So this is a good thing to look into.
Oh, yeah, because
Sure.
Flathead County, Ellen, they did have their fair and rodeo last year, last
I'm glad you
August or
brought that up.
September.
Yeah, that's right.
So we could find out what the aftermath of that was,
It
if
was
they
not
had
good.
special insurance.
It was
There
not
was a
good.
bunch of people got sick, I
Yeah,
remember
yeah.
that.
Yeah. But that's a great idea. I could reach out to their county attorney
Yes.
and say, did you guys address this?
Right.
Because why reinvent the wheel?
Or was there any fallout from it?
Yeah. Yes, or was there a potential, or were they like, uh-oh, or they said, no, again, you guys chose to go.
Yeah.
You were aware, this has been
Yeah.
very publicized, Yeah. You took your risk.
Yeah, because when you have a choice to go, it's different than when you have a like school,
Yeah.
kids are supposed to go to
Yeah.
school, or
Right.
if you have to go down to the, get your license plates. If you have to go, then people need to make accommodations for that. But if you don't have to go buy a knick-knack at the flea market, then don't buy a knick-knack.
Right, right.
I too.
Okay, well, thank you, Ellen. I think
Oh, yeah, no
that's-
problem.
I think that's,
Yeah.
I feel good about that plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So then, we'll talk about it at the next meeting, and who will draft up kind of a statement? I'm just trying to figure
I
out
can,
action items moving forward,
Yeah,
so we have a
I
document to
can work
get
on
to
a
people.
statement, because like you said, I'll pull a lot of it, just right from the
Okay.
governors, yeah.
That would be awesome.
Mhm.
Thank you,
And then
Ellen.
just the whole thing, if it says, and if there's nothing different about county property, I probably won't even differentiate. It'll just be, this is what they do. Or if there is something that we hear, it'll just be, if you would like to hold something on county property, please, whatever. But I'll run by Jen for sure.
Okay.
Is that something that can be, like, let's say there is no issue for county property, Ellen kind of drafts something up. Is that something we can work on via email, or do we need to bump that to next week's or next month's agenda to approve
If we
the
would just be
statement?
reading it and then approving it, we could probably do email, right? I mean,
I would think, yeah.
unless you thought we need to be in person for a discussion.
Oh, I don't know. I'm
I'd
just,
say we could probably do it by email, but let's put it on the agenda too, so in case anybody is attending the meetings or following up, that they can hear what the decision is.
Yeah.
all right.
And the thing with bumping it out another month, now the flea market, I see the date on that is the 28th through the 31st of May, so
It's pretty, it's
it's
coming.
April.
Yeah, it's getting close.
Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you, Ellen.
Yeah, you got it.
Appreciate that. All right. So then just a general update from me. Cases, we've had a total of 251. We only have one active right now. I think that's great. I do think we have more cases than just one. I think that there's a variety of reasons. I think people aren't getting tested right now. And, but also it's spring. We're moving outside, we're doing more, we're spacing out more, and people are getting vaccinated. So I'm not surprised at all, but I do think we still have positives walking around. And so as the Board of Health still emphasize those prevention recommendations. And we've only had 8 hospitalized total and no deaths.
We're still the only county in Montana. with
I
no
know, the
deaths.
only county. And, we had a call this week and they were talking about deaths. And they said, something to consider and keep in mind is that we need to still be working with our recorder's office or whoever receives the
Death
death
certificate,
information. Because a person who dies 6 weeks later from a COVID complication, it's still a COVID-associated death, but if we're not maintaining that communication, then we may not know. You know what I mean? Because once they're out of the hospital and recovered and they didn't die right away, we're kind of like, "Doop, done." But there are people who do have serious after effects. So that's our case stuff, and that's really exciting to me. I love that. Immunizations, we've been rocking and rolling. I took off my safety vest. I didn't think you guys needed to see my bright orange, yellow. But we are now vaccinating anyone 18 and older in our community only because we only have Moderna and Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and they're only approved for 18-year-olds. We are working, Laurel actually has been spearheading it, but we're going to try to get some Pfizer doses from St. Pat's to offer a clinic to our 16 and 17-year-olds. Because Pfizer is approved for 16-year-old. In Montana, anyone 16 and older is eligible. There's no more screening. There's no more requirements. Just if you want the vaccine, you can get it. We've given about 1,500 vaccines every Friday since January 22nd. And we've done some special targeted clinics, like we offered one just for school staff. We went and did a traveling one across the county for all homebound people. We did one for essential workers. So we've been trying to target the little groups and offer them vaccine where they are. I do feel like essential workers got pushed to the bottom over and over, so we went and did that last week. And we gave 65, I think, which was really cool. Definitely vaccine uptake, the demand is decreasing. I think that if you look at the county map, Mineral County is doing amazing. We're dark green. Dark green is as good as you can be. But the numbers are higher than we've administered. So I think some people have been going to places like Missoula. The federal pharmacy program, pharmacies who are signed up with them, like Walgreens, for example, they've been getting vaccine through the federal government, not through the state, and they don't have any eligibility requirements other than age. So they've just been giving anybody who wants vaccine. And I do think that Monroe County folks have done that. So we have still appreciated our volunteers. Like if you come across anybody from the fire departments, QRUs, Forest Service, please just say thank you, because they've been here every single week. And all we do is feed them and say thank you. They've just been awesome. So, general office. Yeah. And Peggy's been there every week except for today. And she's coming this afternoon because she just can't get enough. It's sunny.
Yeah. The sun makes it wonderful.
Yeah. And then in general office, we lost a nurse, but I hired a nurse, and this is her first week, so she's been orienting. We moved our phones back to live status. You don't get a voicemail each time you call now.
Oh,
our call volume. I know, but you know what? Honestly, we had so many phone calls, and people are really frustrated. And I hear it. But there was nothing I could do about it, literally.
Yeah.
But we're only getting like 10 to 20 calls a day now, and we can handle that. So we're back live. That's exciting. And then we are going to bill for these COVID vaccines, just the administration fee. And so if we need to talk about this later, I would like to maybe set up a separate little fund in the county to put that money into, so I can use that money for COVID things. But we can chat about that later. And it's not going to be very much money, like $20 a pop, but still 20 times 1,000. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And if people don't have insurance, of course, we're not billing them, or if their insurance denies it, we're not going to spend a lot of time double billing or anything. But we didn't want to lose that opportunity for some income. And then we're going to, we're just applying for the funding opportunities that are coming to us. So we're going to pursue some more of those. Anything that's available. Yesterday the state said, yeah, we have funding coming. Sorry, I hope it's not too late. And we're all just like, oh.
So when all the brouhaha dies down and you no longer need the drive-through and the help, and you kind of go back to normal, will you still have at the local health department, along with tetanus shots and whatever else, will you have the COVID one available?
Yeah,
so
probably.
So someone can
Yep.
always go get that, even though they don't have to sign up or call or be there at the drive-in.
I think they will still have to, because we don't have single dose vials.
Okay.
So for the Johnson & Johnson, you have to have 5 people. And for Moderna, currently 10, but I don't know why Moderna did this, but they're increasing the size of their vials. So now we're going to be moving to a 13 to 15 dose vial. And I mean, we can waste vaccine, it's just not that prudent. Okay. So we'll have to coordinate a little bit.
So someone could call a couple weeks, I'm going to come into the health department and get a this and a that, and then you can arrange for that.
Yep. I don't want to stop offering it, because I think, people either want it or they don't right now, and a lot of people are unsure. And I think that they're going to make up their mind, and if they want the vaccine, I want to give it to them.
Right. Well, how do the pharmacies handle that?
The Walgreens you mentioned.
Yesterday on our call, they said, they being the state of Montana, said Montana is doing amazing and not wasting vaccine. They said we've only wasted a total of like 430 out of over 500,000 doses. Wow. So I think we're all being very prudent, but we had vaccine supply issues in the beginning, and I think as we move forward, there's more vaccine available, so I think there would be more wastage. I don't know how they do it.
I was just wondering how the pharmacies handle that, with a couple people a day come in to get their shots.
Yeah. And we haven't been allocated vaccine every week, so it's not like we have vaccine coming out of our ears, but we've been very careful with the stuff that we have. So, any questions about those things?
And I have to say, just on the receiving end of that, I think my first shot, I had received a phone call or a text, because they had a couple people maybe who didn't show up. And so they didn't want to waste the vaccine, and it was a little after 5, and I got a text from a health department worker saying, are you still in town? I said, yeah, I'm in my office. Hey, you want to run down? They didn't want to waste the vaccine. I said, yeah. And so I just appreciated.
Yeah, that's cool.
Instead of, it would have everything thrown out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were just checking to see. And then I think it happened again, and so we're asking people, anybody, whoever wants it, of course, your choice, but they've got it available. The first person we text.
Yeah.
We've seen those.
At the end of every clinic, as we're winding down, we count doses, we count people, and then we let the volunteers go and we just start asking who needs a vaccine, who knows somebody, and we just stick around until everybody's gotten their shot. I think we've only thrown away one.
Well,
Yep, one dose. And we were both like, Mark and I, we're rule followers. We were like, oh, it hurts so bad. Okay, bye. But it was like 6 o'clock and we had to go home. So, Laurel, do you have anything?
I don't think so. I think you kind of covered all the highlights.
Okay.
Maybe before, if you don't know, maybe while Laurel's on the phone, I had a question about that email, the TB shot. Do you know if law enforcement's going to be required to get TB if they're Did you see that email?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, there was an email. I thought the licensed counselor.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Said something about that they're required to get a TB shot because they're dealing with inmates. And then, so the follow-up is they're dealing with inmates. If they counsel them, are all the officers and the detention officers? You don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, Charlie did reach out because she needed to get her staff their TB test, and we haven't offered TB tests for approximately 2 years. At one point, there was a supply shortage, and it was really hard to order it. And then we were just wasting serum. We were losing like over $100 on every vial, and so I just took that money and put it toward buying kid vaccines instead. But she did reach out about that, and she said that they're required to.
Yeah.
I don't know who is required to or who's
Okay.
not. We used to do a whole lot more when the school required it, but that was removed. So I would
the
say
school no longer required?
no. They changed the statutes, and so we have had one person ask every year.
Okay.
So I just haven't felt like that's a good use of the money, but we are going to help out
No, maybe
places
we'll have to-
at this
Yeah.
point.
We'll
And
have
if there's demand, we're happy to do it. I just am not going to keep it stocked in my
Okay.
fridge.
This is Laurel, and the hospital's still required to do it, and I do recall that the jail did have to do it in the past, so I do think they do.
So if they need it, what
They-
that would look like is they
which-
would need to reach out to me and tell me how many people and all that, and then I just get a vial and we schedule it.
Okay. How long are those good for when they receive one?
Well, we have to read it within 48 to 72 hours later. So
Oh,
we'd
yeah.
have to get them all scheduled together, and Barb and I really aren't all that available, so we just have to coordinate. It's not a big
Okay.
deal. But the vial's good for a month, to answer that question,
How long
once
is
you
the shot
punctured
good?
it.
No, I meant the vac. When do they have to go back and get another one?
Oh, a TB test? If it's you can answer, Laurel.
It depends on their protocol, so different institutions have different protocols, and then I don't know what theirs is. At the hospital, you're required to have 2 negatives, and then that's it, unless you were exposed. But I don't know what the jail's protocol is. There's a variety of different ones, so.
Okay.
And I don't know if jail stuff is different than hospital. I'm not sure, but it would be a standard protocol probably that all jails follow. Would be my guess.
Okay, we'll have to do some checking then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that makes me think of, how about hepatitis A and B? Is that something that the hospitals require, or, 'cause I just remember working in a shelter. We offered it in our policies, we offered it to our employees and we would pay. We didn't require it.
Hepatitis B, I would think anybody in the medical field has to.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that's something we
Hepatitis
might
B
want to bring up to the
shots,
sheriff
and
too.
then, yeah.
Not only just TB, but hepatitis A and B.
I think it'd be great to offer it to them.
Yeah.
Get them their Tdap boosters,
For sure.
so we don't have pertussis outbreaks. Offer Hep A, B, do TB tests if they need it, all that stuff. Happy to.
So then, Jen, if we find out we do need to do something with our employees here, would we be able to work through you, arrange where they could all come down and get it, or
Yep.
prefer they all go down there? Or
Yep,
Either way?
absolutely. If we had a whole bunch who needed it, we could just come here and do
Okay,
them. I just need time to order it and all that.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
No problem.
all right, I think the other new business is just to set our next meeting date.
May 7th, is that when you want to do it?
That's a month from today.
Okay.
Might be early enough if we really have to hash through event stuff to get that in place.
Okay. What time? Same time?
10 is good.
Okay. All right. And then do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
I'll second it.
All right, have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. We will see you next month.
Perfect.
Thank you for all the hard work,
Everyone,
Jen.
yeah, thank you, bye-bye.
11 o'clock, 11 o'clock, airport board meeting, approve engineering bid, action item and update, so. We got
Okay.
Gordon and Mr. Temple and,
Yeah.
Mr. Brown,
This
Steve
is
Brown.
Steve Brown,
Okay.
he's from the KLJ engineering firm.
okay,
And I'll open up the floor to Steve, because you guys have had a chance to review the application there, so,
Actually, his proposal was submitted to you,
oh,
and
I
you're
submitted
making
it
a
to them.
recommendation to
Yes,
the board.
yeah.
Pretty much.
That's why we don't know what he's talking about, thank you, Mr. Temple.
Just want to keep the record
That's why
straight.
he's here. I'm glad.
I was supposed to be on vacation with Miss Peggy.
Yeah. Okay.
Steve's trying to spell his name over there.
Yeah. Have you had a chance to review it?
No, you're here to,
Yeah.
they haven't
Yeah.
had a copy of it yet.
No, they do. I gave them copies.
Oh, did you?
of them. Yes,
Oh,
I did.
perfect.
That, you bet. I gave them.
You're right on the ball.
Oh, yeah, last week, so gave them plenty of time to go ahead and
So it's
and
in
go
here, huh?
through that.
Perfect.
Oh, this one right here? That's-
So a little bit of background, let me help so we don't have a big dead space here. The Montana code says that every 5 years you've got to go reselect your consultants, and you just do a notice inviting proposals. What we did is published a notice inviting proposals that went to Missoulian, and we got several calls from several potential engineering companies, and most of them said, "Are you really happy with your engineers?" And so our answer was, well, we have to do this under Montana code.
Right.
And if you really want, if you're interested in participating and being an engineer, submit a proposal. So the airport board met on the closing date of the bids, and at that time, we got one proposal from KLJ, Steve Brown.
Uh-huh.
Now, I could be good for Gordon and Steve to explain,
I guess
you know,
we
how
can say that.
strong the company is and what they can do for you.
You go ahead.
Okay, so again, we've, KLJ in some way, shape, or form over the last nearly 18 years has been a part of your airport. I was on your project in 2005 when we redid the runway, when I was with Stelling Engineers. And Stelling was acquired by KLJ in 2013. So really, I've been part of every project you guys
Okay.
have done since then. And just look forward to the opportunity to serve your needs. You have a few projects identified. The airport board has a few projects identified, and I look forward to the opportunity to serve them, as well as you and the county of Mineral County, to continue to make your airport a feasible option for transportation of people and goods, and provide services to this community. So if there's anything specific from the proposal itself that you need to know or have questions about, I'd love to take those. And if not, I'm available at any time to answer or take any of your questions.
To follow up on this, Steve has been more than willing to be here at any time we've asked him to be here. He's helped us with the feds, making sure that we are staying with the rules and regulations of the feds, so we don't step on our toes or their toes. So to speak, he's filled a big void for us, and for information, we can call him anytime, and he's really stepped up to bat. We enjoy what he's done, and the company is proven to be very successful with us so far, and we'd like to continue this. And like Steve had mentioned before, this was the only bid that we received, and he was right on time at our meeting, and he was the only one that was there, and I say let's not, reinvent the wheel again. Let's continue with what progress we've made so far.
Well, sounds good. I mean, you've been with us a long time, and our airport board is happy with you based on what I just heard. What I hear from Mr. Temple and Mr. Hendrick often. So I would move that we go ahead and accept KLJ as the engineering for our Mineral County Airport.
Right.
I would second that motion.
Motion and second. Any further discussion or follow-up or?
Well, just letting you know what our plans are in progress of our airport out there is our hangars are all taken care of. They're rented all out. And as you know, we purchased the one, and then the gentleman came to Steve and has a business proposition that's coming with that. So we're quite pleased with that. And we'd like to put in more hangars, because as it's coming, we seem to be a very desirable place here for people to fly in and out, especially with Missoula being so congested. And this seems to be the spot they would like to come to. So we are moving forward. We've got a lot of things coming up, and do you have anything else that you want to say on that?
No, you're right on target. KLJ's been very good about, doing the grant work for us. We're gonna need the grants to build the hangars. So, that it's a symbiotic relationship, I think. Do you have anything else, Gordon?
No, other than what we're planning in the future. We would, me and Peggy had talked that we would like to again, we had such great success with our fly-in that we did the last time. We had the car club out there, we had the airplanes flying in and out, and the people really enjoyed that. And I would like to make sure that we continue that type of atmosphere for the public, to bring them in to utilize the airport, not just to drive by and say, oh yeah, it's closed in, it's got gates locked, way to go. But it is a public facility, and we'd like to make sure that we provide opportunities for them to enjoy that airport as much as us. And also, we'd like to build a real bathroom, one that suits the needs.
More than a pit?
Yeah, more than the pit, yes. It's rather cold and drafty in there. So we'd like to make it a little bit more convenient for the pilots flying in and out. And my dream is to put a lounge in. It's actually, I don't know, what was the term you used instead of lounge?
Pilot briefing?
Yeah.
It was Steve had the.
Pilot planning.
Pilot planning.
Yeah, and we've already got the foundation done. We've just got to finish it from there. And it has plumbing to that, I do believe.
It'll need water in a septic tank. That'd be
Yes,
the big
yeah. So we're moving on from there. So
How are you guys doing on your courtesy car? Is that still something you try to provide?
it's there.
Okay.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of taking care of it. It functions, it drives, they've got a tender on it, and so it's been doing just fine.
It's got a nice building that it goes in.
Is it still that Ford sedan?
No, go ahead.
It's a Zuzu Trooper.
Oh, okay.
And that Ford kind of,
That one was wore out, I thought.
yeah, it was pretty bad. So I went ahead and, with all your permission, I purchased that Isuzu, and it seems to be holding up pretty good.
Okay.
So.
Good.
Nobody could break it yet.
Don't say that, please.
I know at one time that you had talked about, the Forest Service uses the airport, for fires and stuff, about building a helicopter pad or whatever. Is that still in the works?
It turned into a can of
Oh,
worms.
really?
We got over our head in terms of planning, and the project evolved to be a complete master plan revision at the airport. And even designation as a heliport with an approach for the helicopters and a whole complete repinning and resurveying of the airport, and it was turning into $1 million project.
Oh, wow.
And we backpedaled in a hurry because what we really need right now are hangars. We're full on hangars, and if we take our grant money and put it into hangars, it's going to generate income for us. And that master plan revision, probably, the airport board decided that it would be better to do that as a project down the road and do the hangar construction first and get some more hangars on the ground, because they're money in the hand kind of projects. Well, my piece of this is, Peggy is here because we're both very enthused by an opportunity we've seen recently. We got out there with Donnie and we started grubbing all the trees out. And we took a lot, as I've told all of you, we took a lot of trees out, slash piled them, and we're ready to burn them. But in the process, all the stuff along the freeway fence that's inside the airport, as you walk that right of way, it's 3.5 miles long. The county airport has from the river all the way to the septic shop. That's a 3.5 mile stretch. That's a long piece of property. And it's real linear. Airports are real linear. And we took all the trees out inside the fence, but we kept all the trees, most of the trees, all the way to the septic shop, and then all the trees from the end of the fence down to the river. We kept those in place. Took the tall ones, so we didn't, as long as we were taking trees, we took the tall ones that we thought were bothering the FAA. But there's a wonderful opportunity there that I'd like to see us all talk about, would encourage you to talk about, for having a bikeway and a pedestrian pathway. And it could be done now that we've been walking that old Milwaukee Railroad elevated area day after day after day during the tree removal project. It just became more pleasant, and we began envisioning a bikeway and a pathway there. So the next step was to kind of work with somebody who was knowledgeable about equipment and evaluate what it would take to bring that up to some level of bike, how we'd get it compacted and cleaned so that it could be a bikeway and it could be a walkway. And apparently that's pretty simple. They have 50 years of running the railroad out there. They compacted that stuff. You dig any more than the duff on top, and we're down to almost solid rock. So with a little bit of sweeping, a little more tree removal, and a roller, we could have a 3.5 mile bike path. So I went to Carol. The airport board was enthused about it, and I went to Carol and talked to Carol and at Forest Service, and she said, we've got a lot of grants for bikeways right now, and they've got an in-house U.S. Forest Service bikeway and trails expert that not only is good at working within the system of the Forest Service, but also is a good grant writer. And she said, I bet in the next couple of years we'll have a number of grant opportunities to do improvements. And you could even look at that as a phased project where you don't spend any money on it other than clean it up right now. But down the road, you look at a grant that would pave it and have a smooth paved surface so that people using the trail system it's a heavy use and a heavy draw for the county. But the Vista Trail is a doozy. I mean, it's a steep exercise trail. And the new trails down on Southside Road, down the creek down there, are rolling hills and a bit of an exercise. But the advantage this trail out here would have is it's level. And it would be a good family-oriented path trail. It would be a good bike lane trail for kids. And the great part is you don't have to assemble any property. It's there. You don't have to clear anything out of the way other than the trees we've already taken out of the way. It's there. The basic grade improvements are done. It's there. We could roll it and do a minor modification to fencing and put up some signage and be ready to go. Well, as we talked to Steve reminded us as KLJ that the airport is there for public use. And the airport is fenced, not to keep people out, but to keep livestock and to keep elk and deer and wildlife out of the airport, not to keep people out of the airport. And with very minor improvements to the fence, we could put some signage there. We could make it so the pathway is safe, and we could make a bit of a chicane so that animals can't get through. You know, combination of cattle guards and the stuff you see at the Forest Service, where it keeps the horses, which I would hope the elk out as well. But we could make some minor improvements on gates and start running it as a pathway and as a bikeway here in the county, and you'd have another real recreational draw, and it wouldn't conflict with the operation of the airport, which is really neat opportunity. So all that said, Carol Johnson got really enthused, and she has suggested that if you're willing, we pick a time where you're willing to do a field trip, and we'll show you what we think are the high points. We'll just go out there and do a short walk. If you really want, we can drive up it, up and down because we got to clean the trees. We could drive up and down the elevated railroad bed to Milwaukee. But Carol would like to take you on a brief walking tour there. She would like to do it on a Thursday instead of a Friday because she's consistently tied up on Fridays. But before it gets the heat of summer, now's a great time to go out and visit it. And we'd be willing to host it, pull in the Forest Service grant writers and trail experts, and kind of have a powwow and see what everybody sees, and get everybody's collective input, which could steer a potential project. You're to that point right now where if you like the idea and you start thinking it through, then you'll see some things that you could fold into the project early on before it gets too much shape and gets where it can't be. It's more difficult to modify it down the road. Now it's in infancy where you can really have an impact on it. But if you're willing to do that on a Thursday and find an hour where we could drive out, all meet, we'll show you a good place to park where we can get immediate access to the rail.
My wife and I walked that the next day after the meeting, and I love that trail.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little hot along the airport one part itself, but the actual between the fence and the septic tank place there, that's a nice little trail, and very few trees need to come down through that in the middle only.
Idaho is taking great advantage of the old railroad bed. They've got the Trail to Rail project. They've paved it. You can go from Mullen clear into Coeur d'Alene. And they've got quite a draw and a use on that trail, and what they've chosen to do is pave it.
And I think that's a good idea.
But then how do you, who pays for that? I've always thought that it wanted a trail from Superior clear out to Diamond Road, out that way, but how do you come up with the money for that? Because you see the ones there at Frenchtown all along, from Hughson clear to the Y,
And I think MDT did that.
Yes.
Remember the kid that got
hit
there by the car?
That was going to be mitigation to the 4-lane widening of the road there. So that would have been MDT would have done it as a mitigation, but you've got an opportunity to put these little links in place that get used by the locals. If you did that, you're going to find the Superior locals are going to use that more than anybody else. But down the road, you get enough of those going, and now you can start connecting them together. And for example, on Mullen Road, east and west, there's plenty of right-of-way there to do a paved bike path. Out front of our house, out in Mullen Road West, there's enough road width there that you could do a separated bike path. So down the road, if you just tackle the ones that are easy, and that one's an easy one, then you can look at how you might connect them over time. And you don't have such a massive project that it just scares everybody off or becomes unworkable.
Right.
This one's an easy one to cherry pick.
What I started to say about the paving is that ballast it looks really nice now. There's rocks there and it's compacted really good. Walk on it and ride a bike on it after a while, and it's not as forgiving as you would think. It does be, pavement would be.
We do utilize the path right across the bridge here down to the fishing access. We walk that probably 3 times a week on the gravel. It doesn't seem to,
Is that the
Place-
railroad bit?
Yes,
Yep.
that place is used.
Come up
constantly.
to 2 Mile and we'll walk from there
Well,
to,
like from our
or
house.
from the Joe to 2 Mile.
Yeah.
From our house into town, there's the old railroad right away,
Yes.
and I ride my bike and walk
Yeah.
it all the time. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a little rough, but
Yeah.
you know, if you got a mountain bike, it's no big
That's,
deal.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's a start.
there are grant opportunities.
A lot, yeah.
Well, that
Yeah.
probably makes a big difference, the
Yeah.
four-wheelers on it.
And there are grant opportunities for that, they call it a multi-use path.
Mhm.
And we did a project up in Polson a few years ago, more like 6 years, but it was called a Tiger Grant, a transportation type
Oh, yeah.
grant, and they funded the entire thing. So there are funding opportunities where they pay all or a portion of it, so.
The one thing we didn't push yet, but it's a chance for you to get your arms around multi-use. As you go off the airport, you go across the old trestle, there's a little old trestle there, you go across the trestle, you drop down towards the river. The airport, through FAA funding, assembled all that land down there, and there's over 100 acres of land down around the river. It also drops down into a sandy beach area. And your next step could be, you know, once you get people using that as a walking path and/or a bike path, could be to look at that as some kind of a picnic land use area, so you could connect the two. You could have some kind of a picnic, parking land use area on the end, and then get on their bikes and, you know, ride the 3.5 miles one way and 3.5 miles back. That's a long ride, 7.5 miles, even a long hike.
Of that land, you know, the 3.5 miles, which land is too close proximity-wise to the airport for the FAA to be nervous about any kind of building or structures, like if we were to want to put a bus barn or something out there? Because once upon a time, that area you're talking about, there was talk, remember, Gordon, were you on search and rescue about maybe
Yeah.
making it be a search? And the FAA didn't like it,
No.
something to do with the planes coming in, and they didn't want it to land on a roof or have the roof interfere with it.
That's a perfect Steve question there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to protect all of our transitional services, which are kind of imaginary ones that, you know, have geometric requirements based off the runway center line. But any of those locations we could take a look at for you and make sure that if you had an idea, we'd show you where you could put it.
What we talked about was putting a search and rescue building down there and then doing water rescue exercises right there on the river. And, you know, they said no. That there was a chance of a plane coming in and bouncing.
Even though the building would have been below the grade of the
And
bank.
heck, yeah, it was, you know, I'd like to have seen the plane wreck that.
Yeah, you know, there's an opportunity there to look at that. It sounds like it's under the approach surface, so
Mhm.
I think there's definitely an opportunity there
For a walkway.
to relook at that. Even a bus barn when
Yeah.
you're 200 feet below the threshold or 100 feet or whatever it is. So.
But is there a general rule of thumb, like 1 mile away from the airport, then you can build, or is there not really a?
It always depends. You
How
know,
tall
They have
it
to.
is.
They have to take a look at it. You know, we'll give them the coordinates. We'll give them the heights.
Well,
Run it through the lines of businesses.
If you look at airports around the country, there are a lot of industrial parks
Yeah.
right under the instrument approach.
I know, yeah.
Costco at Helena there.
And we ran into this, Peggy was the chairman of the airport board in Riverside, commercial use airport. I was Hemet Airport, firefighting base for Forest Service, and Cal Fire was in our town as well. It was always a matter of negotiating with the FAA. You had to come in and you had to be willing to compromise, and you had to be willing to live within their limits, and you had to be willing to explain your project. And it was kind of a bunch of hand-holding with the FAA. The typical answer from the FAA is it's aviation use, just stay
Right.
away.
Yeah.
But the more you peel the onion back, the more they begin to let you look at it. And as Steve will tell you, the real solution is to amend your airport master plan. And now you're nose to nose with them, and now they have to give you a clear answer when you submit a master plan amendment to them. And that's where you show your industrial buildings, and your search and recovery buildings, and so on. That's what we were going to do on the 4 industrial lots along the freeway, was amend our master plan. And maybe the long-term answer is we go in with a master plan amendment that deals with just the industrial lots and the search and rescue. And try to go nose to nose with the FAA with a formal document, because they're really I'm biased because I'm used to dealing with them, and they just want to say no, no, no. But you've just got to get them in a room, and you have to really pin them down.
Yeah.
And you have to have something in writing that they can react to, and that's when you start to make some progress with them.
Even they were mentioning earlier to have a, for lack of a better term, a pilot's lounge versus a pilot planning area. One's eligible, one's not. They're the same.
They think they're going to be
Same
drinking
building,
too much.
Yeah, they're the same use essentially.
But the word lounge implies
The lounge
drunk
implies
flyers.
something else, right? So, again, that's what we're here for. I know the FAA will make you guys do a master plan someday soon, because they typically get into that 5 to 10 year requirement. However, you know, you guys do have a real need right now. It seems like every small airport in Montana is kind of blowing up with hangar needs. There's people moving to small rural areas that can work remotely. So definitely I agree. You know, if we can get another revenue generating hangar up or two,
Yeah.
absolutely.
We'd really like to tear that hangar we purchased down, because that sets the stage and the expectation for the remaining hangars of, here's what's going to happen over time. Old stuff is going to go away, and a new hangar is going to go in its place. And over a period of time, be it 5, 10 years, you're going to have all new hangar construction there at the airport. But the pressing need right now is to try to find a Thursday, if you're willing, and we can pull the Forest Service side together, airport board, and I'll go out and do a brief field trip.
I think the best thing is to get a hold of Carol, see what her schedule is, because ours is pretty flexible. I mean,
Okay.
sometimes we have LAPC or we've got other meetings, but Carol's the one that's, you know, I would set it up with her or find out what's best for her, and
Okay.
then, you know, see if we're available or whatever, and
I'll get a couple options for you.
yeah, that would be good, great.
Perfect.
And then let me, before I forget, we have a motion and a second, and we had discussion, so
All
all
right.
in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
And I know there's some opportunities too with the American Rescue Relief Plan that's
Yeah.
out. There are some smaller rural type cities and counties receiving money to do district type, downtown district changes and improvements, and that may be another opportunity that may surface for some funding too. So, and I'll get my public relations, government relations folks, I'm looking for some grants for that as well.
Cool.
So is there an amount that, like for tearing down the hangars and doing this work out there, before you have to put it out to bid as far as any work being done?
I think it's 80,000.
Is it? Okay, yeah, I wasn't
Well,
sure.
the FAA will require us to have an engineered plan, they'll require us to have engineering consultants, they'll require us to go through their bid process, and yeah, it's not only your Montana code
But the
requirements,
FAA's
but the
requirements.
FAA's got a layer on
Yeah.
top of it. It's pretty onerous,
Yeah.
and that's why, you know, KLJ is a big help. The other thing that we've got coming is we've got another $9,000 in the CARES Phase 2 that we'll be eligible for. There's more strings attached to it. This one has to go for terminal improvements or sanitation improvements. Bathroom ought to be sanitation, so hopefully, and it's only $9,000 this time, but you know, that might be
It's
just
a
enough to do a
shot in
good
the
bathroom.
arm, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the airport's been fortunate. We've accumulated a fund balance over the last few years, so now we're up to about $75,000. We won't have to go borrow money from the state like we did in the past, and we'll be able to use money that's in fund balance to do the match.
Very good.
Good deal.
And another positive too is once we get projects ready, the Aeronautics Board in the state has changed up their program. And so now it's based off fuel taxes, and they have significantly more money than they've had in the past. They used to have around 300,000, now they're up to over $1 million. And with the last 2 years of everything being 100% funded, they'll have 300 or probably around $3.5 million this year. So they've been willing to cover those local shares with that money as well.
Sounds great.
So.
Right.
Good
All right.
deal.
We're out of here.
The last thing I had is the NPE transfer.
Oh, correct, sorry.
So you've transferred some money that was expiring. I know Steve had brought you that. We have another airport that is in need this year. It's Glendive, needs about $150,000, and they'll pay it back to you next year. So it's just taking money from 2019 and 2020. So if you guys could execute this, you'll get it back next year.
Right.
When we're ready to build the hangars.
Right.
Okay.
So this is not money that's expiring, but it will increase the longevity of how long we have it. So.
Right. By loaning it out to them, then we get it back later.
Yep. So just need.
Cool.
Okay, well, we got everything here as an action item, so I guess we can take action.
Yep. So we recommend that you approve that.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
What's it actually called?
Yeah,
Put
It's
it in a minute. Put it in a minute.
NPE transfer from Mineral County to Glendive.
I will make a motion that we approve the agreement for the transfer of entitlements to Glendive
I would second that
in the
motion.
amount of $150,000.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to do the transfer, and then we will end up receiving it sometime in the future back again. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
It's easy to budget when you've got money, isn't it?
We wouldn't know.
So you've got the page I'm to sign here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you could stop by Dawn's office so that she could take a copy of it for us.
Okay. Let's go load up, Missy.
Can we get those copies?
Have fun.
Yep.
Aye, yes.
Yep, I make copies of everything and retain the records.
What about the copies that I left with them to read?
Oh, these?
These?
That's the FAA's one.
Yep.
You'll move back?
It's actually this page, I'm sorry.
You want them back?
I don't, I think I'd like one.
I'll keep one for Dawn.
Okay, you keep one.
Oh, the second page?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, that one.
That's an error.
This is the
Oh.
where the FAA signs still.
Oh, okay.
So,
All
Okay,
right.
right here.
Yep. Okay. And if you could just fill
Oh, okay. And I do have the right date, right? 9th? Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yep.
good to meet you.
Whose office, Don?
Yeah, she just
go to
needs to
Don.
make a
Okay.
Xerox of it to put in my
All right.
file. Yeah.
Okay. And
All right,
that one
thanks.
there can be thrown away.
Okay.
All right, thanks,
Thanks.
guys.
Yep.
You
See ya.
again.
Thank you again. Have a great day.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we're here to hear your comment. We may not be able to make a decision, but we can sure hear your comment.
Should I step up to the...
Wherever you want to be, we're comfortable, we're informal, yeah, you can.
So I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Jesse Betcher. I am from Sawyer County, Wisconsin, where I'm currently a county board supervisor there. We have 15 of us in the county. But for the summer, at least until probably late June, I'm working out here at that ranch on Dry Creek Road. Used to be Flying H. It's called Alpine.
Hopkins?
Yes. So it's now called Alpine Falls Ranch. And so I just wanted to introduce myself and maybe meet all of you. But I mean, public comments, I'm not sure if you have a public works committee or anything like that. But I did notice that the roads around here are very good, surprisingly good. Because I know I'm northern Wisconsin, we deal with the spring thaw and the salt on the roads and all that stuff too. So this time of year, our roads are pretty bad, and yours are in pretty good condition.
Thank you.
Except for where I'm going out there on Dry Creek Road, I thought it was a dirt road or a gravel road, but then I looked and it's actually asphalt on there. It just got so much sand and dirt on it. So I don't know if there's any way that if you guys have any equipment that can clean that up.
Well, they usually sweep anything that's pavement.
Mhm.
I don't know if they've gotten that far yet.
Okay.
We have a we have a big 4-man crew, 1 foreman and 3 guys. And so I talked to T-Bone the other day. 2 of the guys, because of the moisture, are grading the dirt roads, the gravel roads, and 2 of the guys have begun the sweeping. So, and then 1 guy's down sick now. He had a medical illness, so it's really 1 guy. So we might be a little behind in the sweeping, but I don't know where they're at on their schedule.
Okay.
And are you talking about the spot right in front of the DOT shop?
No,
No,
out
so
there
we're
from Dry Creek, from the
Southern Road.
the cattle guard, and then it goes for ways, but then it was that kind of seep hole that
By Benita's house?
Yeah, going up Dry Creek.
Yeah.
It kind of sloughed away, and it's that part of it's a little bit of gravel, and then it's pavement for ways, and then it goes to dirt.
So from that cattle guard to the ranch is only maybe a half mile, and there's a spot there though that's there's a big some potholes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is there's kind of a we've talked about it. There's a big seep hole there, and it kind of slipped
It's
away.
soft every spring.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, that was my public comment. But mostly, I just, like I said, I want to introduce myself. I'll be here until probably the end of June, so I've seen you around town. Thought I'd meet some of the fellow commissioners, I guess you call yourselves here. So.
Could I get the correct spelling of your last name, please?
Sure.
I'll just write it down.
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I've got a couple cards if I can hand these out. There's 4 of them.
Okay, thank you.
So great. And you're the administrator, is that your title?
Administrative secretary, yeah.
Okay.
I thought I was the 4th commissioner.
I don't know the titles. We have, like I said, they call us supervisors, which is a kind of a made-up term because we don't supervise anything. And then we have a county administrator as well, who's the one smart guy in the bunch that's the real work. So.
Roman's a smart guy.
Well, I'm not a county administrator. I'm just a local yokel too. So, yeah, we don't. You have, and so our county. Yeah, we have 3 commissioners. Every county in Montana, we have 56 counties, and they have a board of 3 county commissioners. And so, is Wisconsin similar? Do they have more?
So
than
we
that?
have 72 counties, and our county board supervisors range from 7 in the one small county to 38.
Wow.
That must be an interesting meeting.
It must be, and it's not even, so it's in Marathon County, which is the largest county in our state by size, by area, but Milwaukee County, they have, over 1 million people there, and they don't have as many supervisors as Marathon County, so it's confusing. So there's about almost 17,000 people in my county, and like I said, we have 15 of us on there. But it's pretty, I'm a big county, we're the 5th largest in the state of Wisconsin. But it's all lakes and trees, and it's not like when you think Wisconsin, you think dairies and farms and fields. There's none of that where I'm at. I'm way up in the northern part, so it's we have over 250 lakes in my county, so it's very rugged, but it's flat, so getting
Is that
used to
what
driving.
would a big town like be Minocqua, or what's your big town?
So Minocqua is not too far away. That's 2 counties over, I think, in Vilas County. So that would be due east of me, probably. That's where. How do you know Minocqua? Do you know?
Somebody lives out there, and they said the nearest airport is Minocqua, and it sounds like it's one of those Indian names I can remember.
Yeah. So our new congressman, Tom Tiffany, is from Minocqua. I don't know if he just got elected this last year.
So the town you said it was which county and what town?
I'm in Sawyer County.
Sawyer
and
County.
The county seat is Hayward. It's population 2,318, but I'm like 12 miles out of town, so I'm kind of remote. But it grows. We have some major events there. So the largest cross-country ski race in North America is held in my town.
Really?
So then we get like 20,000 people from all over Scandinavia and all over the country. We also have the World Lumberjack Championships there.
Oh, really?
So where they climb over the fence. That's held there. So that brings 15 or 20,000 people. And then we have the Freshwater Fishing Hall of Fame is in my town. So for a small town, there's a lot going on. A lot of tourists come in there. The world record muskie was caught there, if you know what a muskie is. So a lot, and with those 250 lakes, that's where that's the big draw. So people.
We have pike here. We don't have muskie.
Okay. Yeah. Same family.
Yep.
Yeah, our county is kind of broke into 3 districts. We've got the West End District, which Dwayne represents, and that's, I think the line is just
Right, basically Dry Creek
yeah,
West.
Dry Creek that way.
Oh, okay.
And then the Central District, which I'm in, is from there to about Cedar Creek.
Okay.
And then Roman represents the East End from Cedar Creek to Alberton, so.
So Dry Creek Road is the actual dividing line?
Well, it's a little bit
yeah.
past that. It's
Have
kind
to
of.
look
There's like a handful of houses that they
Yeah, kinda.
grabbed. It's based on population, so there are some
Okay.
houses west of Dry Creek on the north side of the interstate
Okay.
that got kind of gerrymandered in there, but basically that's the,
All right, so I've gotten to know Alex, I've already been here a couple weeks, I've gotten to know Alex Matson pretty well. He stops in
Oh,
a couple
yeah,
times.
the game
He's coming
warden.
over tomorrow, we're having a little cookout, so.
Yeah.
He's cooking
All right.
Korean short ribs.
is it?
apparently.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
skip.
say since he's a game warden, it could be roadkill from
Yeah.
here.
It could be,
He
yeah.
picked up on the highway.
No, I actually picked up the meat from Superior. It's not roadkill, but it's good for us.
Skip works there. He's our neighbor.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've been
Hey,
working with him. We were cutting up a bunch of cuts
Oh,
yesterday.
you were, tell Skip Roman said hi.
Okay.
The chair.
Haven't seen him in forever.
Why?
He's a pretty good woodworker, really good.
That's what I heard, yeah. I guess he built the bar up there. I don't know
Yeah.
if you guys have been up there to the.
I haven't seen him, but I remember, he built me one of those little, what do you call those tall table bar things you sit at. Beautiful, yeah.
I guess he had a stroke.
Did you see
though.
another
Yeah,
plug here?
I haven't seen him since then, but.
But he seems fine. He's a hard worker,
Yeah,
for,
very hard.
I don't know how old he
Let's
is,
see,
but
let's plug this in.
he's up there.
These are
Probably
Yeah.
64 maybe.
Yeah.
My husband hauled some rock out there, so
Oh, okay.
the big rocks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you guys should, I mean, we're having a cookout tomorrow at 6. I don't know who all is showing up, but if you guys want to stop in for a beer and a Korean short rib, whatever that is,
Oh.
some rice.
Cool.
So we'll be out there.
Well, thank you.
I think Alex invited a couple of the local law enforcement. I haven't met any of them yet, but yeah, we're just trying to, introduce ourselves to the public.
Okay, yeah.
Let you guys know we're.
Heard there's big plans for up there.
It sounds like it, yeah. And the boss, he wants to buy as much, locally as he can. And, even when I'm like, hey, I can run to Missoula, he's like, no, if they have it in town, get it in town.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
oh, good.
So
That's what we need.
yeah, no, and he's aware of that. He's a smart guy. And
This economy has really suffered here, even before COVID,
Yeah.
But
Well-
we were always a timber-based economy, and big mill shut down here. Now we have one in St. Regis again. But
Did that just open recently? I've been hearing.
yeah,
about the.
there was a mill there called Tricon, and it was there since when?
89.
89, I think. And then they sold to a mill out of Idaho called IFG, and they're one of the largest lumber producers in the United States. And so they've moved in there and done a lot of upgrades, and it's a work in progress, of course. But
Yeah.
it,
Are we on public microphone? Is this people zooming in or listening to us?
Oh,
Yeah, we're being-
somebody has a camera that they sometimes record,
Okay.
and I.
Yeah.
are you wanted?
I'm not.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I have probably the cleanest record.
Are you wanted, you said?
I'm 50 years old. I've never had a speeding ticket.
All right, all right.
Watch out when you leave here
I just
now.
thought I'd ask. When
No
you said,
cops up that part of
am I on
Wisconsin.
camera? I just,
I mean, I get pulled over. My wife actually gets mad at me because she's been with me when I got pulled over, and she's like, "How do you not get a ticket?" I'm like, "I don't know.
I'm just a friendly guy.
I'm not gonna lie to the cop. I'm like, yeah, I was speeding. I apologize." All right, good.
Yeah.
So you have a meeting in here every Friday?
Yeah, we meet every Friday, and then we have other boards. We go to other meetings. I have one in Polson and one in Missoula, and Lori's on some that are here different days of the week too. But we're basically every Friday we're here conducting business.
Okay.
Yeah, and then if you do want to get on Dawn can add your email. So then, because now public notice of meetings used to kind of be, at the local post office and wherever. Well, now it's kind of just disseminated email. So every week she'll put out the agenda. So if you want to get on it, you can see it, and if anything catches your interest, you
Yeah.
can show up for that time and date.
Actually, yeah, that would be great.
Is your email on here?
It is, yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, we'll just have her put it in there.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll let you guys get back to your work. Thank you.
All right. Nice meeting you.
Thanks for stopping
Thanks for the
in.
invite.
And I'll see you around, yes.
I'm busy, otherwise I'd make the drive down there. That
Tomorrow.
sounds like
Yeah,
a good
tomorrow at
Korean
6.
barbecue.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve payroll in the amount of $154,108.80. Check number 18,194 through 18,211. Electronic check 68,488 through 68,553. Check number 18,205 was void due to an error in computation.
I would second that.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye. And then I just, minutes of April 2nd, 2021.
Second.
All right. A motion is second. Seeing no problem with the minutes, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have a 115 with Sergeant Smalley and the MHP Office next door agreement. Oh. What do you hear? What do you know?
In terms of that, so what happened recently is when I got notified that we were, that contract was not valid.
The county attorney sent that letter.
Yeah, out of diligence on my side, I started seeking to see if there was any other spaces just in case. And what happened is we came across one that is bigger and more centrally located for the two counties that we take care of. So at this point, we don't have, it's not 100% through, but essentially what I'm looking at right now is just asking for a month-to-month contract. Whatever you guys assess, I guess.
So your plan is to be moving down to St. Regis eventually. You just want to hang out here a little bit longer until.
I think that's what we're looking at with the two, and we had. It was after, well, obviously after you headed out, but we actually had a couple. Our north guys had a little office there in Plains at the fire hall, and that. With that move, we'll be able to bring them down, and then we'll be able to bring our guys closer. And then with crash response and everything like that, I think it'll be a smart move in terms of the two areas and coverage. And then obviously, like the wintertime, 70% of our crashes are from the 33 to the west, so it knocks off 10-15 minutes of response for us.
Well, since the beginning of time, though, the office has always been in Superior, so it's not that big of a change. But
yeah,
I mean, I don't know, maybe we're reading into it wrong, but all we want to do is boon the. I'll let you finish.
Oh. Well, it sounds like Sergeant Smalley saying they were kind of thinking of moving you prior to us raising the question of there's no rent being paid.
I hadn't planned on it. It just that when that contract went away, then in my mind I was like, I'm gonna look at options.
Well, why not just
lease.
pay us? Why not come to the table and do a contract where we get rent instead of somebody else, the county that could use the money and work with you guys? I mean, that's the insult to me, is you'd rather pay somebody else money than pay us money.
Well, the problem is, and I'm not here to fight about this. That's not the case. I'm not here to dig the county. I think a little bit of patience and this would all work out. That's what my suggestion was right away. I made a really short contract on this. When it was done, it's 2 years, and as Roman knows, we were signing like 6-year contracts at that time. So I went and talked to those guys about that, and I think it would have worked out in the long run. Although, when the opportunity came up for me not to take it, and the space is like significantly larger, we're talking like the lease guy that I've talked to said it's 2,000 square feet for. I mean, it's going to be about $1,000 plus utilities and whatnot. Have our own storage lot and stuff. So
I mean, unfortunately, when an opportunity comes like that you find, I think, you know, that's the way that it worked out. So I'm not here to insult anybody. In fact, I think that the patrol worked with the sheriff's department a lot, and we helped out a lot. And I think in our first conversation, that's what I tried to explain. Is, that you know, we were invested in, and we've always done that. So.
And just from the attorney perspective, that's when I had to throw the monkey wrench in, because I didn't feel like it was a legal contract. So that's, you know, if it had to have been, from my perspective as county attorney, you guys needed to, the commissioners needed to enter into the contract with you guys. And I think that piece was missed. And so when it was first brought to me, I think I mentioned it to you, Sergeant, too, when I said, oh my gosh, when I first got the contract in February or January, I was like, oh my God, did I write this? Did I sign this? Because I was so afraid, because I didn't see any commissioners on there. So I said, no, we've got to, for legalities, you know, for technicality, it has to be brought to the commission.
And also on that note, the only reason it got brought up is they told me they were under the impression there was money being exchanged, rent. And when I started, I asked and found out no. So I came to him and said, no, there's no. And then I brought a copy. When you gave me the copy, I go, this is what he gave me. And then that started the ball rolling with her and all that. And then they decided with them that they write you that letter.
Right.
And I was like, we should be getting something, I would think. I mean, but
Well, yeah,
I understand your
the letter
opinion.
wasn't to not have you
Be here. It was to bring us back to the table and
a
just
small amount of something.
Yeah,
We still
something.
have water, we still have electric, we still
Or
have.
even just make it
More
a legal
clear.
contract.
Right.
Just a legal contract.
If you want to
I
finish
felt
the
like
2
it was
years.
a voided contract.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they now any contract I do, I have to bring them and get their signature. So I annoy
said,
them a lot and come in here.
My plan was to stay. It's just that when the opportunity came, for me not to go and look and say, well, is there anything else? I mean, and then to find something that is a little bit, you know, even more central to our, because obviously, and Roman can attest to this, our coverage area is gigantic. And so, you know, if we can do that, that is what's suiting the patrol and our location to where we have like 50 to 60% of our crashes probably through the winter or more. I mean, I don't know the numbers. I can't tell you how many what the percentage is, but we have a very high percentage of crashes and the pass getting locked down and all that stuff. And I mean, that few miles can be, it's a lot, it's just a lot less miles that we have to cover. And then I can draw my north guys that are up in Plains down to St. Regis easier. So it just so ends up being a logistics deal for us. And so.
Well, as long as it's not an indicator of not, because I like your idea to Beaumont to come here.
Yeah.
So that the highway patrol and the county could start communicating, exchanging information and being a team. And so as long as, you know, the St. Regis, I mean, you guys get to go where you want to go, but we weren't going to want to charge you a whole bunch of money. Like she said, we just wanted to make it a legal contract and maybe get a little something to help the poor county and run the water bill and the sewer bill and all that. But
yeah, you're paying $650 over at the old city building, paying nothing here. Now you're paying over $1,000 there. You know, we could have met in the middle and done something, which, because we have no problem, because the guys like you guys being here. My number one gripe is you're the only trooper I know. None of your troopers have come in, and you've brought none of them in to introduce them to me, and none of them have come in and introduced themselves to me or to Wayne. Well, that's on them. Whatever, I don't care at this point. You know, once the move's done, it's fine by me. I mean, there's nothing we can do.
Should work together and back each other up.
Well, that happens. We just went and they just helped somebody with the search, so no problem.
Yeah, I mean, we just went with one of your guys. Was that a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
Yep.
And our guy tased the suspect inside the house. Weapons involved. So well, I mean, like I said, I'm not here to fight and be upset with anybody. That's not the case.
So-
my guys'
so-
offices are out on the road, and that's where they spend a lot of their time, so.
So basically, how much, so you're probably gonna move down there when it's ready, so how many more months do you think you'll be here?
I can't tell you exactly. The problem is the state works at the pace of slowness.
Yeah.
If it was up to me, it'd be a couple months, but
Mhm.
I mean, 6 months, I don't know. I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay, so counselor, at this point, you think if Sergeant Smalley wants to enter into a monthly instead of an annual, or some kind of a new lease based on up to, I guess, say up to a year, I mean, if you want to leave earlier, you can, but what would, something like that, you'd be able to draw that up?
Oh, sure. Yeah, and it's up to the commissioners to vote. Is Lori coming back?
She's having a reaction to her shot.
Oh, you're kidding me. Okay, yeah, so the two of you is a majority.
Right.
So if you wanted to proceed with the vote today, sure. We can knock something out, just you guys.
Yeah, and that's like the same that Boone couldn't sign. I can't sign anything. It's not up
Right.
to me. So
Yeah.
it has to be sent through
DOJ,
DOJ, D of A, D of
Mhm.
everybody over there,
Yeah.
and they're the ones that sign. And so that it's a process. So I guess in the same way that I'm doing this with this other one, it's not something that would probably be done or signed or back to you guys, in a week or two. I don't think it's a process. So
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I can send something up there and then they can, send back saying, tweak this or we want this. But I think, a month to month or a short term, less than a year contract shouldn't be an issue at all. My concern as the attorney for the county was just it wasn't done correctly. That was it. We just have to make sure we try to enter into the contract correctly. No matter what the commission ends up suggesting as a monthly rate, that's up to you guys to decide with input from you, Sergeant, and the sheriff. So if you want to, come up with an amount, or vote on it today, or if you need to talk to your supervisors about what.
yeah, I think if the lease was drawn up with the amount, then our side would decide whether to agree to it, and then we'd have to come back to it. So.
Okay. Yeah, so if you guys just let me know what you guys would vote on, I can put that in there.
What do you think, Commissioner?
If that's what we need to do, you bet.
I don't have this as an action item.
Oh, sorry. I didn't bring that up.
Well, we'll just be kind of deciding the action probably be when the thing gets drawn up and everybody agrees to it, but we can throw out an idea so Sergeant Smalley knows what to tell his folks, and then Ellen knows what to kind of work off of.
Yeah,
so she can work on it.
Yeah.
Send it.
Yeah,
You don't have to
the
worry
real
about
action
it.
will be when the document comes back and we do it.
That's true, when it's approved, the amount, yeah.
So I don't know, what do you think for a amount to let them stay a little bit longer until they get their new digs worked out?
How about 500?
Did you come with any?
I no, I'm just. I mean, that's fine.
What was it over here?
For what?
When you were, your office space here in Superior?
I think it was right around 500 or 550.
Okay, and was that all inclusive? Like you didn't pay separate water or heat or anything?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, since the guys aren't here all the time, it's a small office, I was gonna go lower, but I guess 500 would be good because it could kind of somewhat make up for the time of past that was free. All right, a motion or an administrative decision to throw out the number of 500, I guess, see what the response is, and Alan can kind of go by
And
that.
on a month to month, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it won't tie us into like a year straight.
Right.
No. Yeah.
Well, okay, well, wish you luck on the new new venture down there. How many guys will be, is it still a 7-man detachment?
It's still a 7-man detachment, yep. Yeah, and still trying to fill it, just the same as always, so. We're low right now, so most of our guys are north. You know, actually the 3 are,
Rosenbaum
the 3 are still up there, and so we only have Gulick left
Living
down
here.
here. Yep.
Huh.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And then the construction zones are coming up, so.
Oh, they're all,
Oh, yeah.
they're set. They are set. So.
Right outside Superior.
Yeah, and then
right outside St. Regis.
Yeah, well, then there'll be the opposite bridge decks, you know, will come in. So there's going to be several small zones set up throughout the summer, I'm sure. Yep. So I think those are going to be I don't know when they're going to start those, because they work on them all the way from like here all the way to Missoula is one contract, just the rehab in those bridge decks. Yep.
All right, well, sad to see you go, but we'll see you on the road.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, Sean.
I guess we'll see if Justice Court shows
Get
up
this
or
ball
if the
rolling.
Treasurer's Office shows up. But we haven't had a department director head meeting in a while, and Lori got ill from her second shot, and she kind of wanted to have some things to visit on. But, the weed man's here.
All right.
All right.
Party can start now.
Yeah.
Dave's always happy. I don't
What
know
kind of
why.
weed we
He's always in a
talking
good mood. Huh?
What kind of weed we talking about?
That's why he's so happy.
Yeah. Did you bring me any brownies
Well, he
today,
says
Dave?
weed man's here, now we can start the party. I was like, hey,
Well, he normally brings brownies.
Oh.
He knew you were here today, Sheriff, so.
That's even funnier. That's even funnier.
Packets.
I always call him the weed man because of that play on word. He's probably getting tired of me doing that. But. So, yeah, we haven't had one in a while, and we thought we'd hear from, some people have new employees, some people have new things going on. Thought we'd hear. Andy, I know you're pretty busy. Did you need to get going? You want to go first if you skedaddle, or are you?
Yeah.
Because whenever I walk by your office, you're on the phone or you got somebody in there. So I don't want you to have to sit through, Charlie Brown's teacher and then finally get to talk. So.
No, business is a booming for sure. Floodplain, where I've been able to kick the can on the new maps till about as long as I can possibly do it. And so those,
Are these the FEMA maps or the GM?
FEMA maps. And so those COO meetings, they call them, will happen in June. And then that will trigger a bunch of other unpleasant things for me.
Are these the meetings that sort of got stalled from COVID last year, or are these
Yeah, I mean, it's
the COO?
It's really me stalling it, right?
Oh, okay.
It's mostly.
Well done.
It's not great news.
Yeah.
Well, nobody's excited about it.
Right.
Right, so that's what happens to unexciting things. But it'll trigger regulation updates for the county, town of Alberton, town of Superior. So that's a whole chunk of work. Sewer permits on fire, we're fourfold what we average. Licensed establishments, also kind of the same thing. You're getting this big influx of like VRBO, the public accommodation, right? Those are all plan reviewed through the state that we do that are licensed.
Do you know how many we have in the county? Or that you know about?
Licensed?
Yeah. Just curious.
I'd say there's like 10 licensed, probably 100 unlicensed. Development is about to kick off, right? We're going to start to see planning board meetings, major subdivisions, big rant, all the ranch families around here. The patriarchs are died. The families are starting to get these parcels. The development pressure is just very intense in Missoula. So Alberton's going to all those farm fields are about to change
Mhm.
in the next 2 to 3 years. But in the next few months, we're gonna start. You guys are gonna start seeing major subdivision applications coming through.
Yeah, so I'm on the weed board, and so often I'll see these things even before I've really known that they were even gonna be thought of or come to the planning board eventually. So that's typical that the weed
that's
boards.
not. It's not. It's actually kind of fascinating. I don't know. It must be in our subdivision reg. The language in our subdivision regs must point to that.
Mhm.
That somehow, yeah. Typically, people they actually wait way too late, and then they're trying to file their plat, and then they're trying to get their weed.
Then they find out they have to do this weed stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. That's
Because when some people hear or see that at the weed board level, they assume then that there's forward motion already happening at the planning board level.
Yeah, the minute people see a layout, it's
Mhm.
like seeing a counterfeit dollar bill, right?
Right.
It's like a real thing.
Mhm.
It's not.
Okay. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just so that people are putting the horse in front of the cart and still wait until the end to go, hey, you can't do this now because you didn't do this.
They are. Yeah.
So do they come to you or they just go right to the weed man?
Typically, there's a pre-app, and then then Dave's seeing those now.
Okay.
I just got 2 approved for like two major subdivision weed plan approvals, and we don't even have an application yet.
Right, on the planning board level.
And we like to see them because it's easier to go out and inspect those grounds before they start siting, figuring out where they're going to put roads in. Because if there are major weed infestations that they need to be treating before they ever go out and lay in a road, or if they can put in a road in a different spot
Mhm.
and maybe eliminate some of that. It also gives them some heads up because that landowner is responsible for weed control regardless of whether or not that subdivision goes through.
Right.
So having that caveat in there that they're obliged to, they're obligated to follow that plan, whether the planning board gives them approval or not.
Okay.
That's better and easier for us
Okay.
if we have to go in with an enforcement.
So both of you kind of get to see the counterfeit dollar bill at about the same time.
Yeah, I just pass them to him quicker.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not a bad thing.
Okay.
By any means, yeah.
Good, okay, I just want to
Yeah.
make sure, so I can calm people down, no, because like you said, they see that lot 1, lot 2, and this and that, and there's a weed plan, they go, hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
GIS, that's just kind of rolling along. Everything's good there. Grants, Town of Superior, I'm kind of pushing Town of Superior towards a transportation alternatives grant, which is essentially sidewalks.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty sweet program, but it takes some doing and it takes some support. So I'm just kind of trying to build some support with the town right now. But those applications are due in June, and I'd like to get us on a regular schedule where we're every 2 years we're applying for that, and sidewalks are getting put in.
Do you know if the town of Alberton's doing that as well, or can only one
I heard,
city?
I heard that they were, but I mean, St. Regis should be doing it. Town of Alberton should be doing it. Superior should be. They should all be doing it because all they got to do is match 13%, and then the state kind of handles everything else. So, and then the town of Alberton they've been pulled into the floodplain fold because there's actually some mapped areas. There's these little weird piece of the town that's on the other side of the interstate that brought them into the flood. And so now they have to come up with regulations, and I'm pushing them. I was kind of pushing them to handle it since there's model regulations, and they can. But I've got this terrible feeling I'm going to end up dealing with it. And then just your miscellaneous fun stuff that St. Regis Sewer Board, and
I was telling him how you said that what'd you say? I played by hand well, or how'd you say?
Well played.
Oh, well played. I couldn't have timed that jury deliberation any better.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Well, thank you, Andy.
Yeah, thank you.
Any movement on that facility place?
On what?
My food place?
Oh.
Have they got you?
Oh, right, yeah, and then, yeah, I did get something yesterday. I haven't even had a chance to
All right.
look at it.
Yeah, good stuff.
If you can get a chance sometime, I know you're busy, but we gotta get away from the other place.
You gotta get away from there. Okay. I'll make it up. I'll move it up.
We had a bunch of prisoners refuse to eat today because of that, so.
Oh, really?
Not a good sign.
But they were refusing to eat from the other place too.
I was gonna say, then can we just not order those meat now?
TV dinner.
We have some old MREs in the emergency preparedness.
Just go buy a bunch of bologna and some bread, bologna and cheese sandwiches.
Oh, John's spraying for cheese.
Darlo's,
Bread.
opportunity there?
What?
Government issue cheese.
Darlo's, any opportunity?
I guess, if we put it in the paper, nobody put in, I guess I could have talked to them, but
Yeah.
they would have to do breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, you have to, you had to advertise and they had to.
Little
put it in
diet.
bid, and only 2 places responded. I guess we could always try to read, but that would be something the commissioners and the sheriff would have to advertise, get on the agenda, read, announce.
There's just plain not a lot of options.
No.
Nope.
No.
All right.
Poor boys been making a killing right now.
Anybody else on a tight schedule who wants to go next, or should we just go around clockwise like I normally do? And Andy, anytime you need to go ahead. Thank you for the update. The only thing we might tell you is that, I guess Lori put it on the agenda, the phone tree. We had a discussion today about the phone tree.
Yes.
And that kind of got done administratively, or maybe not administratively. Last year when the COVID thing came, a lot of people weren't working, they were working remotely or not here, and we had all these different hours, only open Mondays and whatever it was. So that phone tree got kind of implemented. Now, we've been getting a lot of complaints that people are having difficulty with the robot and getting the right office. And so we had it on here today to talk, and I thought maybe everybody might have some ideas. But anyhow, we're just going to go back to the old way now, where a phone. Lori looked on the website, and every office has a phone number marked clearly to it. So hopefully people will just call who they're supposed to call, and instead of being frustrated with push 1, push 3, push 2. So I don't know if that'll affect you or not. Before you go, I wanted to make you aware of that. I guess GIS will probably be going back to the old system when they get the word. Doesn't mean you can still have your own answer machine or your own clerk answer the phone or call them back or whatever, but
Gotcha.
all right, Sheriff Toth.
Nothing really new. We got the new cars and did hire a new deputy and trying to look for 2 jailers. We did get a couple applications, I guess, in, and we reached out to an old applicant that's kind of still on the list. So maybe hiring a couple there. So jail's running good. We're working on a deal with the feds to house federal prisoners. So hopefully that comes through. That'll be really big. And then, yeah, just working my magic, trying to get that done. Now that we got the cars and all that, now I want to remodel dispatch and do the jail. And we'll see how that all works out. Depends on the feds. So.
Oh, good. Federal inmates pay more than the state inmates.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 ways you can do a contract with me. You can just do a generic contract where if they have a prisoner, they'll bring him out and this is what they'll pay. Or there's a contract where you can get into it for 10 to 20 years and we have to have those beds, a certain number of beds available for them, one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But then they pay a bunch of money up front and then they pay for remodel stuff and improvements, safety. If the sewer system gets taxed more and all that, they'll help assist with those expenses too. They got rid of that program years ago, but now that Biden came in and is making them stop using private jails, now they have to pull all the people out of the private jails and find government facilities like ours to house thousands of prisoners. They're trying to bring that program back, so
Mhm.
it'll be months from now. We'll have prisoners before that, but hopefully in a few months down the road, then we'll have this. If they truly do bring the program back, then we'll have a good chance of getting it out, and that'll be good for the jail.
Now, is that, with the federal beds, like if we had to, guarantee that they'll have 5 beds at all times, do they pay for those beds? No, okay, I didn't know.
Whether we use them or not,
we use
them or not?
Because I didn't know about the paying all the improvements on that, I was like, oh, wait a minute, I didn't know about that program that went away and might come back.
Yeah, it went away and then they come back and, but that's what I thought they'd pay, whether the beds. No, they don't care if we put them on the floor, but if we say we're gonna house 10, we find room for 10.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna say to our guys, we're now a 17-man jail, and 10 beds will always be for the feds no matter what, because I don't want putting people on the floor and dealing with all that, so. Which right now, we're averaging about 12. I think we got up to 15 or 16 or something once, but DOC's been the main thing, but we're weeding them out. And then it's just been a few locals here and there, but I know the judge has been really good about seeing people and getting them released, and then, you guys, when you got them up in district court, get them out, so it's manageable, so. But the feds will be here, and then they'll pay like $30 an hour for transport, so, per guard, so that's why we kept, one of our cars we kept is gonna be a transport car. So the jailers and/or deputies can work off after hours or on their days off and transport feds back and forth to Missoula, so make some money.
Well, that's it, huh? That's short and sweet.
I know, that I can think of, yeah.
All right, Cave Bear.
We're prepping for our Alberton School Trustee election, which will be held on May 4th. And we got our reimbursement for all of the video calls from CARES. So that was about $47,000, I think, for the general fund. So all your stuff got reimbursed.
It did?
Great. That's it.
On your May 4th election, is that going to be all mail-in with that school
No,
district?
School.
So the school will or will not have polling at their gym?
They won't.
They will not?
They always hold no ballot.
Oh, wait, okay.
Are there quite a few candidates?
There's 3.
For one position?
2 positions.
Hmm.
It's just for Alberton School. That's all.
Lorelei White Dove.
Okay. So basically what I've been up to is the drive-through COVID back clinic. I'm the volunteer coordinator for that. So I do that every week. And I just finished the mitigation planning course last week. And then I have one question for everybody. We updated the PDM plan, the pre-disaster mitigation plan, and I need to get it on the county website. And who do I see about doing that?
I'll do that for you, Lori.
Okay, I'll email it to you.
Okay, thank you.
And that's
What
I
would,
have.
what would she categorize that under? That would be DES?
Yeah, it's under the DES one. There's the old PDM plan. We just need to remove it and then put the new one in there.
So just include those instructions to the email to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
And how's it going helping out down at, is that part of your DES job, is to be down there on COVID shot day?
I don't know what my DES job is 3/4 of the time, but I was helping out with it because it's a disaster.
Oh.
Pandemic is a disaster, so that's what I've been doing lately.
Will you let me know as soon as the pandemic rises below the threshold of disaster?
Yeah, I would like to.
Okay. I'm
Sooner
longing
than
for the
later,
day.
to be honest.
I can't wait for the day when I turn on the news and there's not a COVID corona article segment.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Don't think you got that many years left in
you. Okay, Judge McGowan.
Well, we got the audio visual set up, and we've been doing a lot of our hearings through Zoom, and it's working really well. Very few people are coming in now for the hearings, and it's definitely helped us a lot. We can well, now that the jail's open, that we don't usually see people that much on Zoom, but it's been working very well. It was a great addition. Kim's been going through the files, looking at the non-payments on fines going back like 10 years, and she's been writing out warrants. At least we have a little bit of leverage now with the jail going that we can put somebody there. But most people, once they contact us, we see them on Zoom, and I quash the warrant, and they get payments. But a lot of them that we don't, we're going through that new collection service, and it's actually working. Starting to get some money coming in. So it's working out good. Things are going along. I really don't have a whole lot.
Do you like the wall? Do you notice the wall at the end of the hallway?
Yeah, well, that is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Right.
Who did that?
Guys that did our cars.
Yeah, I saw that. I had to go up and touch it to see if it was a canvas or something. Yeah, that really is a big, huge addition.
Yeah, he makes it look nice. Yeah.
It's got the old Minor Gildersleeve right up there,
Yeah.
big and real.
I just need better lighting in there so it actually looks the way it's supposed to.
The Weed Man.
Well, since I'm wearing that moniker right now, yeah, it's spring is kind of around here somewhere, hiding behind clouds and snow pellets. But we'll be starting to bring equipment out of mothballs and bring Mike on for his final season in a couple weeks, and hopefully trying to find somebody to replace him to take over a lot of the weed spraying and whatnot, and I just do the paperwork and push the books and things like that. On the extension side of things, we're pretty busy, pretty free. Get a lot of email questions in, get a lot of phone calls and throughout the entire real pandemic time, between our restrictions from MSU and just what we've felt comfortable doing in our office. We've had pretty steady service of clients and whatnot. Long range kind of predictions are it's going to be a very hot, dry summer. So the potential for wildfire is increased this year, more so than it has been the last couple. Eastern Montana is especially in extreme drought conditions already. Western Montana is not showing any extreme conditions right now, but that's subject to change on kind of a monthly basis depending upon the models that NRCS comes out with. We are in the third year of this will kind of be the peak of probably the grasshopper infestation in Mineral County this next summer. For some reason, from Tarkio all along the northern side of the river up to St. Regis and down to Paradise, every cycle, 7 to 10 years, we go through about a 3-4 year period where USDA has us in the red. Us and Camas Prairie are about the only spots in western Montana, and then central and southeastern Montana, solid red for grasshoppers. So we're trying to work with some landowners and give them a heads up and see if they do anything. Because we're not a huge ag production area, it doesn't really tend to have much of an effect on things. Some people realize it a month too late, so trying to get them thinking about these things ahead of time is better than playing catch up after the fact. So
that little warning is only for north of the river on Tarkio?
Well, that's what's in the red. I mean, it's hard to tell on the scale of their map. I mean, there's not quite as extreme, covers pretty much the entire valley bottom. But yeah, it seems to follow that north. Basically, anything with a south aspect, south and west aspect. So tends to be a little bit hotter.
I see.
Higher, dries out, insects have
Yeah.
better brooding areas on those sides where they've got
Mhm.
thermal protection, and it's just kind of a thing.
Uh-huh.
Fair Board is moving forward with their plans for a full-on fair. For each side of things, we're planning both ways, with or without the Fair Board. We really enjoyed having exclusive access last year. It was really nice. We had a lot of compliments from parents and kids because they weren't distracted by the other fair stuff. They had more time to work with animals or to do things. It was a lot more relaxed, and for once we were out of there by Saturday afternoon, which hasn't happened in the last 20 some odd years.
Are you proposing to have a mini fair before the fair? Is that what you want?
I'm almost going for it. I'd be happy for that.
4-H mini fair and then the fair. Okay.
But yeah, it was just odd, and it was a different perspective, and a lot of people really enjoyed it. I mean, they missed the other activities and such too, but yeah, it had a really different feel to it, and it was kind of nice to see kids spending a lot of time working with animals and doing things like that. So not having to worry about rodeo stock or concerts.
Being pulled in 500 different directions.
Yeah. So, and whatever Emily's doing with economic development and whatnot, I'm not even going to venture a guess because she's got that in her wheelhouse, and she can have it. So, I think that pretty much sums them up.
Well, Dave, because a lot of people here might know a friend of a friend, and word of mouth seems to sometimes help as well as an ad in the paper where people aren't quite sure what it entailed. Maybe you should tell everybody about Mike's position, how many hours and what the job is, in case they have somebody that is interested.
Yeah, so we're looking for my technician, or he's essentially assistant weed coordinator anymore, is a seasonal position, typically works 6 months. It's very weather dependent, but it's capped at about 20 hours a week plus whatever monies we may have from any grants that come in. And it's someone has to pretty much be, I mean, there's a lot of training that goes along with it. There's certification to be an herbicide applicator, but there's also a lot of safety trainings that go in because that person is working on the interstate, they're working on county roads, they're in equipment, they're essentially working on their own. The hours are very weather dependent, so it might be early mornings, there's some days where you're shut down because of rain, weather conditions, whatever. And then there's other times when you have to maybe treat areas on Saturdays or Sundays or normal, not during normal work weeks, just because of the nature of the business. Professional training, because you are working with hazardous substances, and safety protocols are very important. There's testing requirements and recertification requirements. I've been fortunate that Mike's worked for me for, I think this will be his 18th year. And he's needs someone that's not afraid to carry 40 to 50 pounds, hike up through the mountains, crawl around in brush and shrubs to find one or two little plants and eradicate them with prejudice, but in a totally safe manner.
With a weed sprayer on their back, yeah. So it has to like working outdoors, has to maybe like a four-wheeler.
That weed sprayer works pretty good
side
for
by side.
Knocking hornets out of the air and chasing bears out of very, very thickets too. There's a lot that comes in on that job. It's hard to capture sometimes in a description, and yeah, it's difficult to replace someone that's actually enjoyed the work and didn't really do it for the pay, but because he enjoyed it. So it's gonna be a tough position to fill and pretty crucial. So.
Yep. All right. The Butte Irish Girl.
All right, okay.
of course, as in every department, we're very busy. Had lots of trials, lots of cases, lots of civil stuff. Sewer district, St. Regis Sewer, which thank goodness Andy handled. I've got a couple memos that the library would like some help with changing laws with the new legislation regarding carrying firearms. They'd like just, legal memos on what position they could potentially have with that. With the legislature in session right now, we are part of weekly Montana County Attorney Association conference calls and just a lot of legislation that's coming up and that we kind of have to try to roll with, and what they changed in criminal law that we then have to make sure we relay to law enforcement or make sure we're kind of on the same page about that. Just lots of stuff. Just can't seem to rise above the swell, but we're moving along. We're all right. I think that's about it.
Mary, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Busy in the office, starting to gear up for taxes again, mobile home taxes. The Department of Revenue, because the legislature is a little bit behind, so we're hoping to get them out by the end of the month so that we can keep in line with the first half due in May and the second half in November, but it just depends on how quickly they can get everything done, get the notices out to the public before they can download to us. We just received Force Reserve money, $660,000, or as you secure rural school money. Usually comes in
I
April
thought
and
Senator Tester's aide said we should have got $726,000. We got, how much did you say?
660 and some, I'll give you exact amount, I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay.
They probably took taxes out.
That's like 5%.
Well, yeah.
Oh, the sequestration money.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Lori. Yeah, that would make sense.
Pretty much it, nothing else going on. Just busy plugging along. Lots of time reading bills and writing to committees and senators and trying to get our point across what we like and don't like, and starting to wind down, which is good because there's been a lot of time reading law, which I don't understand most of it.
You were talking about the taxes and the debt. Is this a year, Mary, that their revenue was supposed to do, is this an on-year cycle for their new appraisals and their, or does that come out later in the summer, the new appraisals?
I don't think this is the year. I think it's every 2 years now, and I thought it was last year.
Oh, okay.
I don't think. But it is on the mobile home. They will be they send out those notices out to everyone that has a mobile home to agree or disagree so that they can. So this would be a cycle on the mobile homes, but I don't know about on the real estate. I was thinking last year, but I know that they're sending out letters on mobile home. And there's not that many because they've changed for the ones that are, depending on how old they are and what they're worth, they're no longer appraising them. So we dropped about half last year of what the 34,000 that we get. It wasn't, I think it was down about 20,000. We don't have a whole lot of mobile homes that are being built anymore that are new enough, nice enough. If they're new enough and nice enough, then they're attached to their real estate, not being appraised as mobile homes. Which is good because they're hard to get the money out of. People are delinquent, lots and lots are delinquent on the mobile homes and just won't pay.
All right. Norm.
All right. Well, spring is coming, so I'll be doing a lot more outside work. Got the windows start doing now that the weather's nice enough that it won't freeze or any other smear or any other crap like that. Lawn mowing and all that. So I'll be doing a lot of that outside. I've got his area where he wants the tower. I got them marking that. City came out and marked their water lines. Surprised there was nothing under there. So Blackfoot and who else? Blackfoot and a couple other companies are supposed to send some people out, spray that area, see what they have under there or not. I got to start on the LED lights. I've been using their office as a guinea pig. see how they feel about those lights, how they generally work better.
If anybody gets headaches or whatever.
Yeah, pretty much. Seem to like it pretty well over there. So went ahead and swapped out the lights in the, was that DMV room, the office in there, because frankly, it's like a cave in there. So
Mhm.
it kind of really helped a lot there. I would like to, some point, put out some feelers for bids on what it would take maybe to get a solar system put in over the jail.
Mm-hmm.
See what that would take. Subject to him as well, since it's over the jail anyway. So I'm coordinating with him. Going to be coordinating with the fuel, was it the Mineral County Fuels over here for the boiler tear down, and trying to get the atomizer either working better or simply replacing it, and then I'll have to replace a lot of valves so that in there this summer, clean it up. We're burning about as much diesel as ever, but our power bill has gone down already.
And our tank is still pretty full, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Before,
we still got about 40 something.
before diesel prices rose, Joel asked if he could fill that baby up, and
I'm going to try to get to that as soon as I can before it really starts getting bad again. Parking lots, hopefully we can get something going on that this year. I would like to. Let's see. I got to talk to you guys more about what exactly we're hoping for getting repairs done on the pillars in front. What exactly, to what extent can we even do anything? I don't know how much the Historical Society would lose it, but
That might also be funding.
funding too, yes.
Yeah, so even though because it is costlier.
Oh, yes.
Yes, even I remember Windows, I was on the URA board in Butte, urban revitalization, and it would cost so much more, but you could
yeah, to make them
potentially
look
tap into some
historically
funding.
accurate, yeah.
There are ways around some of that. I mean, the concrete's work is concrete work. That can be made to look like concrete from 100 years ago. The bricks are hard. Those are from, I guess, from Italy.
Oh, really?
Our bricks are?
Yep. Apparently those are from Italy.
Where'd you learn that?
I learned that from, who was it? One of the last.
Sam Bish?
I think so. Also, her husband or the road department knows about where they came from. And it's like, apparently they ordered these things in bulk from Italy.
Well, I'll go over there to Italy. I'll take that on.
Okay.
I'll take that in. I'll go over there and I'll pick you up some bricks. I'll do it. I'll take the bullet for you.
At some point, there's more things that'll have to do for rebuilding a lot of it, because it's just getting old, like the sprinkler damage on the lower floor from all at the breaks. You can see the difference up at the top and the bottom. Eventually, something's going to have to be done about that. That's just normal wear and tear for a building that's 100 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So, other than that, pretty much it. And besides just the normal maintenance stuff.
I think I mentioned, but I don't know. I do like that light. I know you're talking about lights, and I was talking to Patty, but that light right at the corner here.
Yeah.
It's so nice at night when I leave, when it's dark out. It's really, it adds so much for me to be able to see. So I appreciate that. That was just a nice little idea to light out there in the rocks. The planter. Yeah.
Might even get a couple more for the front there along that way, so it'll kind of.
Oh, that's good, yeah,
a little
especially
bit.
with this open all night for people, because there are people who will come in and want to talk to dispatch. I like it.
All right, Jem.
We just finished our 5th jury trial since January yesterday.
That is huge.
So we are. I wanted to email all the clerks to find out how many trials have been done since January. I feel like we're probably in the lead here, because even the judges from Missoula, like Deshaw, was a judge that was out here for this one, and this was his first trial since the pandemic. So.
And we've done, since the pandemic, we've probably done 9 or 10 at least. And it was Deshaw's first, and he covers Missoula County.
Yeah.
And we've been doing them.
We had a
Missoula, he was doing his Missoula County trials via Zoom, or?
No, they use the DoubleTree for the voir dire. We've been using the commissioner's room, and our courtroom, but I don't think that it's anything through Zoom.
Well, what do you mean this was his first trial?
He hasn't
He
held
hasn't
one.
done a trial
Oh, so they're
in COVID.
so unbusy that even him in Missoula hasn't had one. Oh.
I think
No, he's
that-
chosen not to.
Yeah.
Because of the pandemic.
Oh.
Everything was continued. Now, we've had trials with all the other
Uh-huh.
judges. He just chose not to, and actually, we were worried he was going to vacate this trial.
Mhm.
And we're going to start running into speedy trial problems. And
Right.
that's held against the state when the judge says,
Mhm.
but this was his first trial that he was willing to do.
Yeah.
Because
And
we're such a safe county, he felt okay coming out?
Yeah, but they did a great job, and I think another thing, Jamie and I had actually gone over to Superior City because we've got a couple trials that might be going with, where we're gonna pull hundreds of jurors because the parties are known in the community. And so we even went over to Superior City to see about, and we're trying to figure out the logistics of having to put 20 to 30 more people there for still in. Because the district court is still following the Montana Supreme Court, and local district court rules are still requiring masks,
Mhm.
social distancing of 6 feet. Yeah, so. we
So it's
still have
been
to comply with that.
interesting.
Yeah, and then we were just talking, you were talking about our jury pool, you were telling me about.
Oh, yeah,
That's
so
right.
we, when I started in January, on a typical year, we would have 800 jurors in our pool and then use those. And when I started in January, we were starting to get a little nervous because we had already called several juries, and we try to hold the panels back so that people aren't called several times.
Mhm.
And so the state had given me 400 more jurors. So just after we've had to pull for a trial that's scheduled to go on April 26th. And so after pulling that panel, we have 90 jurors left
It gets
out
us
of the
through
1,200 that we
June.
had. So.
And that has to take us to June, through June.
Yep.
Through June.
And so I've talked to the state, and they have Mineral County at the top of the list when they start doing their rollout of the jurors and stuff like that for the year. So hopefully, maybe this one will go away so we don't have to, I don't
Use your
know.
pool, yeah.
Yeah, otherwise I'm gonna have to dump all the panels back in, and
Mhm.
people are not gonna like me. So, but I think we did good. Everything seemed to go well.
I think so.
And it was just kind of baptism by fire for
Yeah.
me. So, Brittany is doing great. She's almost at her 6 months and has been a godsend. She's willing to do whatever, she jumps in there, and she's really good with people. Marriage licenses are starting to pick up. Is the season, so we're just kind of, right? Dissolutions are still going strong too, though. Yeah.
The COVID pandemic created those as well.
But yeah, we're just moving along, doing what we can, so.
And this is just a feel good because Patty just came in, the CVA, but our case yesterday involved 2 victims. And Patty just came in, and one of the victims actually gave us, which we can't accept, but maybe we'll donate it to somebody, but met with me afterwards, and Patty as well, and was thanking us. And we don't get that a lot, we really don't, from anything, nothing, So we're just really thanking us, and actually dropped off a gift certificate to River Edge for us.
All right, cool.
I don't, I've had somebody give me a plant one time. I killed it within about a week, but that just never happened. So that's just a big deal, and it's a lot to do for our CDAs. They did such a good job working with these women, because it was a really traumatizing experience for them. So just to let you know, we've got some stellar employees.
Good.
That's it for me.
Let's see. Well, I already told you guys about the phone tree. And the other thing was that we were going to revisit a friendly reminder. The commissioners did get a couple of, when was it? Was it an email from one and a phone call? I don't normally get phone calls, but my colleagues have received phone calls that sometimes the offices aren't open, our county offices, and I just wanted to remind everybody that the code talks about all county officers, except just of the peace, don't get any ideas now, Mr. McGowan. must keep their offices at the county seat, and the sheriff, the county clerk, the clerk of district court, and the treasurer, and the county attorney shall have their offices open for the transaction of business during the office hours determined by the governing body. So that's us. So like every January we set hours for the offices, and we set what our jail daily rate will be, blah, blah, all that stuff. And we normally keep it 8 to 5, and the exception would be that there is an exception in code that the treasurer may, because they have to keep funds, and they have to have a certain number of people in there to make sure that the funds are not played with. So they may have the opportunity to be closed from noon to 1 every day. Otherwise, it specifically says those offices, and no, it doesn't name Andy's office, it doesn't name T-Bone's office, but it does name sheriff, county clerk, clerk of district court, treasurer.
It's usually offices that are with elected officials as the supervisors, so it's interesting with Justice Court that it's all elected
and
officials.
So it just comes an issue because we don't want to tell people that you can't take your breaks. You absolutely can, but if you do, try to keep somebody in the office. Granted, if somebody's sick and there's only one of you, we're not going to say you can't go have lunch or go to the bathroom or whatever, but when there's multiple people in an office, try to stagger it so that when people come into the door or they call, because a lot of people want to do their business at all hours of the day. That's when they have their break at work, and they zip down here, and then they can't get in to see or do what they want to do, and then they complain, what do we, government workers aren't there, and blah, blah, blah. So,
Or even worse than the opposite, like they can't send us an email except for like 8 to 5.
That'd be great.
Call us at home.
Oh, man.
you don't have to open it. Well,
Eventually you have to open it.
You can just delete it without opening it.
But we'll have, let's see, I'm hoping that we'll have a good year with COVID on the wind down, and there's some funding becoming available. We're going to get, not only the reimbursement, like Kellan mentioned, the reimbursement, the sheriff's got some reimbursement. We're also going to get some, they call it ARPA money, American, not Recovery, that was Obama's one. This is American Rescue Plan Act. And with the ARPA one, our county is supposed to be able to get somewhere around $850,000. And of course, the legislature has a bill where they're trying to decide how and what everything gets spent on. But anyway, we hopefully will have a good year in that regard. And also the Department of Revenue maybe will get on the stick and start capturing all these new homes that are flooding in here that's keeping Andy so busy, because it'd be nice to be able to not always be telling you guys we don't have money. Maybe we'll have a year where we can actually help make some improvements around here, the pillars and the whatever else, But,
And before everyone
Just
leaves,
like-
Safety and HR has some updates.
oh, go ahead, Mary.
I had a couple that came in last week, and they've been in their new built home for 2 years, and they were wondering why the taxes were still $42 a year. So I looked, and it was state-owned property that they bought, and it had never gotten, because they thought their taxes should be about $2,000. I said, yeah, you're probably pretty close, and
There's an example like that.
Department of Revenue.
I've been up in Sanders County, and so I started tongue-in-cheek jokingly calling them the Department of Non-Revenue, because as you know, from that example and the Sanders County example, and the example they moved the revenue person out of St. Regis, and now they work remotely from Hamilton. I just thinking, if the whole state is based on revenue we only have 2 ways of getting income and property, how come the way that they're getting their revenue for us counties and schools is downsizing their department? Meanwhile, they're missing the boat on the money that they say they don't have to make their department run,
Well, and then putting it even just in my office, so much of it I'm doing for them now. I'm doing updates and putting the information in when the revenue changes, which I don't like. I keep going back to them saying, where's the checks and balances if I'm going to be the one that makes those changes when it should be out of their office? And she keeps telling us last week again, I had told her that she had missed something on it was just a $5 minimum, but it was missed. And she said, no, you're supposed to do that. So then I went to Black Mountain and showed her back that is something that she does and not that I do. but that's what I keep getting, is she just throws it back, well, I don't do that. Well, when Lois was here, she was doing it, so I don't understand why now all of a sudden they're not, and they're putting it on the treasurer to do them.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I think also they're not doing their job.
They're like a year behind on their GIS, on the GIS website. They're a year behind. They haven't updated ownership for a year.
Well, it's pretty bad when people come into the courthouse begging to be able to pay their taxes.
Yeah. She did. She said, I put that money in savings, because she said sooner or later they're gonna catch up.
Right, and then they'll be 3 years back, they'll expect even more, yeah. So, I guess our safety lady has something before we all depart here.
And HR does too. HR is really, really busy, and I just want to thank everyone for being cooperative with me and for communicating with me. It just makes it easier for every department when we're working together. So thank you from HR. And safety, a lot of stuff going on there. First of all, that light, Ellen, is a result of our safety committee.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's
I can't believe the difference when you're here at night. Yeah.
We are just on fire with being in tune with the needs of the county. So that safety light came out of it, or that solar light. And I want you to know that the safety committee, the small committee, there are projects they're working on right now, and they're working directly with Montana State Consultant. And so we have a project that's due on the 21st, so we need to get a little bit of time to get together. We offered the sheriff some ergonomics training for those new vehicles. The state consultant works a lot with the sheriff's departments throughout the state, and there's a ton of stuff that we can offer to the sheriff's department. And even though they're already equipped, there's adjustments that can all be done. And Montana State Fund tells us that it makes a huge difference in the life of an officer. So I'm hoping the sheriff will get back to us and take us up on that offer. And also, I know that everybody was interested in the Veridesk, and I wanted to explain, you can still have a Veridesk, but here's what the safety consultant says. They have found they're a waste of money because people do get them, and then they're really not used. Their recommendation is to get the right chair, and then they tell us how our feet are supposed to be placed and how our arms are supposed to be, and there's much greater success all stemming from the chair. So I right now do have a chair in my office that I invite everybody to come in and just give it a try. I know you don't learn a lot in just a couple minutes of trying it, and I've only been in the chair maybe 10 minutes, but I can tell a huge difference. I think my hips are going to be okay, and it's because I can tilt back a little and take the pressure off my hips. The safety consultant says that what you need to do instead of standing up at a Veridesk is you need to be getting up and doing some walking around. Take a couple of minutes to walk around, make sure your chair is right, and go from there. And she's got all kinds of ideas for us. So again, I'm not saying you can't have a Veridesk. That's just what her expertise tells us.
And were you saying that there are some that aren't being used so people can just try them?
Well, no, they're not worth trying because I don't know anybody that was able to maneuver those.
Okay.
I can't do
Do you have a single or do you have a double screen?
Yeah, because and I thought that was just the problem with the double screen, so I thought it could be tried.
It could be tried on the single screen,
okay,
right?
So I wanted to check for Patty to see if she had a chance to try.
Oh, she did. And it wasn't right for her arms.
Okay, it wasn't for her.
No, but I would invite Patty to come in and try this chair.
Okay.
Take it to your office, do whatever, but that's just the, you want to take it to your office, Dave?
No, I don't want to take it. Do we have a budget for replacing chairs and whatnot? Chairs are not cheap anymore.
No, they're not. This chair is $200. But what I think is that, the state fund told us it's an investment that you need to make. And the Veridesk is $300 something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that the safety committee could offer people, if you're not doing the Veridesk, because we did put an offer out there for each office. I think it was $150. I don't know. Does anyone remember what we said we would contribute? So I'm hoping the safety committee could make that same contribution if you choose a chair.
I'm just saying, because next Monday I'm going to go in and try out a new chair because I've been riding the same chair for 20 some odd years.
Oh my gosh.
It's got it broken in where it's comfortable, it squeaks when I want it to squeak.
Where are you trying the chair? This one came from Office City.
Office City.
Oh yeah, well, so you might want to stop by my office and give that a try. It's got and I really think the savings grace is the tilt, taking the pressure off. Because every day when I leave here, I'm so stiff. I've really struggled to get out the door. I think this could be right. We'll see.
That's why I was gonna go in and try a few on and.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll talk to the commissioners to see if they would let us, make that offer with safety money. I'm not sure where my budget is at right now. I'll have to talk to Kellyanne. But hopefully that would be an option that we can assist with that. And
I don't stay anywhere in my office, so if you need my portion of that thing. So.
Debra, you came in late. Did you have anything to update us on the car auction or anything?
I thought it was at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, we're not going.
Oh, you're ready. Oh, you're here. You're just an early bird. Okay.
I'm an early bird and I'm sitting back just watching.
All right. Well, we'll wait. We'll hold our peace.
yeah. Does anyone want to go try the chair? I could roll it in here even.
And if you guys like, you can see what the light difference would be with those LEDs. See if you guys like them in your office.
You should look down in our office. It's a big difference.
Wow.
Might help with headaches. I don't know. It's supposed to. So, something to consider. The same kind of lights that are above him, actually. You can tell the difference on those. So.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for coming. When we don't have them so often, we get more attendance. We have a 3 o'clock with Sheriff Toth and some updates and some topics to discuss. All right, Sheriff Toth.
Hey.
Hey.
What's up? We promoted the sergeant, Ryan Funk, to sergeant.
Mm-hmm.
So that was official a week ago or so. And Wednesday, his wife's going to come and we're going to do some photos, pin the badge on him. And
Oh, you have a badge that says sergeant on it?
Yeah, and he's changed his number to 54-3 from 54-6.
Oh, okay.
Then Rabbit went from 54-12 to 54-6.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Very good.
So that's one. And then the Locksmith School Maintenance Director, we need that action item, you guys to approve him, for him, and I guess whose money is going to pay for that. If he can use his money or what. Or if you want to use jail money. Yeah, I know. Oh, he left.
Yeah. But yeah, well, we can keep talking.
Oh, he left.
No, he went to the little boy's room.
Oh, I thought he was getting coffee at first. That's why I just keep talking. All right, we'll pause.
Yeah. Well, we can get back to that. You can go ahead and talk about, you got federal prisoner update with the Marshals?
Well, yeah, but doesn't he want to hear all that?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean,
Get on when he gets back in here. We waited 10 minutes, and he was shooting the breeze.
yeah, that's why I was, yeah.
I'm just teasing. Now we have business. Okay, so.
Did you see the mural down there, Ellen?
Yes, oh yeah, yeah.
He had an action item, so we couldn't take action until he got back.
Sorry.
Well, I thought you just got coffee, so I was still talking. He's like, hey, he's not here. He votes yes. So
yeah, the Locksmith.
The Locksmith School, Maintenance School, got to be an action item for you guys to approve for him to go to that school. Norm.
Yeah, I thought we did.
No, well, because it wasn't on the agenda.
So now, yeah.
I was just educating you at that time. This is actually an action item. And then he's got to order his plane ticket, which at the time it was only like $300.
He's got to sign up for the class and.
Yeah, but he can take a check.
Mm-hmm.
He can get a check issued and signed and then drop it when he goes there.
Mm-hmm.
But money at least up front would be for the school, for the plane ticket and the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And I just didn't know who's paying that. I just want an official word. If you want it to come out of us, I guess we'll just make it happen. But or the jail
half him
budget,
and half you,
right?
Because I think he's got some money left in his funds.
Okay.
And he wants to go, and he would be helping out the county in his department.
Right.
Okay to have it?
Yeah. Like maybe I'll buy the plane ticket and he can buy the hotel or something.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
So we'll make it a motion.
And then I guess the cost of the class It's $1,500. So we're gonna have to come up, we'll have that, I guess.
Okay.
But I don't know how we do that with the treasurer, but we'll figure out something.
Oh, yeah, we've done that before with funds. It's just half out of this fund, sheriff's
Okay.
office number, and half out of this fund.
And then have them cut us a check.
Yeah.
One check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, that's what I'm
All
looking.
right.
Did you vote on that?
All right, I move that we go ahead and move forward with our maintenance man, Norm, to be attending the locksmith school for those locks on the jail, and to half the cost with the sheriff and half with his maintenance fund.
I would second that.
And we have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion on the subject? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
So the U.S. Marshals, like I kind of talked about before, they're really interested in housing 10 prisoners here. They'd take all 27 beds if we just wanted to kick everybody out and use this be a federal prison jail. But 10, I said we could probably do, because like I said, we're averaging about 12 to 17 at the most was the highest. But that's when we had all DOC, like we had 4 DOC women plus a bunch of DOC. Now that's a limit. That's down. I think now we have about 4 or 5 that are ours, and then the rest are DOC.
So what's our total number currently in the?
12, I think, right now.
So 4 DOC
Today.
and 8 ours.
And then, but I think Monday or something like that, somebody's going to some treatment or something. But that's a DOC, so he's going to some treatment. So we'll lose another one. And then I've
You
told.
should be losing price.
Right, she's going to the female prison.
DOC.
So if we have.
Oh, yeah, she's going to prison.
Yeah,
She's not going to DOC, I don't think.
Yeah, well, Department of
No, I
Corrections.
just, because Deb said DOC, and I was like, no, I think she's going to prison.
Yeah, the women's prison in Billings.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I wish she was a guy, because I could drive him and I wouldn't need a second, but that's where I'm from. I could go see the family and kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but.
So, you know, the count is a number in our jail, our beds, and then there's another count if you count putting 2 in the little mattresses on the floor. Why do you consider, Sheriff, our maximum holding here? So,
Well, if we
25,
threw a
26?
mattress on the floor, if we got in like a critical situation, I'd say a little over 30.
Oh,
But
okay, then
but the max for the beds, nothing on the floor, is 27. That's including
The
the 1
holding
bed in the holding cell. So 26, not including the holding cell.
Okay, so if we can hold 26, and you're thinking of 10 for the feds,
So that makes us a 16 bed.
for you and DOC to.
Now, Feds said also, because they're not going to pay for an empty bed, they did say, we don't care if you throw our guys on the floor. We just want you, if you tell us you're going to take 10,
Okay.
and you sign the big contract, the one they're trying to bring back, then we take 10. If we sign the little one that's just like, yeah, if we got room, we'll take it, and this is what we'll charge, and this is what you agree to pay, kind of like we probably do with DOC and all that, then that's fine. But I'm like, no, we don't want that. We want the big one. His caveat is that hasn't been okayed yet to bring it back. They're trying to, because they're trying to show the president that since he made this executive order, how much trouble they're in to find housing, and to encourage counties to accept federal prisoners, that they need to sweeten the pot.
So maybe could we start with the lower?
That's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do.
Get our foot in the door.
But I told him I just wanted to brief you guys, get a sense that you agree with me or not. If you guys just go, no, then I don't have to waste his time filling out the paperwork. Because he's like, hey, I'm going to call you one day and say, what do you want to do? And I'll say, I've got the green light. Start the that still doesn't mean we're going to do it. They're going to write the contract, bring it to us.
Yeah.
But I want to be able to say, yes, we're ready to move forward to the next step.
We're interested. Yeah.
We're interested.
Right, but what I would caution, I know we talked about before about throwing mattresses on the floor, is we don't, I would say let's try to stick at 26. Just for
Yes.
human dignity, ACLU, we
Yes.
don't need them coming in saying, you've got 40 people in a 26 bed.
I would never have that, but yes.
No, I mean, I'm just saying,
Right.
I know we've joked around about throwing mattresses on the floor. so
I'm
I would
talking
say-
if there's a
yeah.
critical incident.
Yes. And what I would
But-
suggest too then is if we have the 10 beds and we get this, really good contract, is then we would sit down and say,
Oh, we're a 16-bed department then.
well, yeah, but we'd say, okay, we need those 10 beds, and this person's in on his second day on a DUI.
Right.
He's nonviolent.
Right.
And we would almost have a policy, which most places do, like
Right.
Missoula has. They're not
Yeah.
arresting on misdemeanor marijuana. We would just have
Right.
a thing that say, we look at the least violent,
Right.
and they go.
And McGowan's been really good about kicking,
Yeah.
especially a lot of the stuff,
Yeah.
which I've thanked him and Kim, saying, and I've called, said, can we get this guy out of here? Yeah, okay, great.
Yeah.
So, and it's just DOC.
Yeah.
Originally, I started taking a bunch of DOC because I wanted them paying, and we did, and then I was like, oh, we better slow down now, because all of a sudden they started really coming. Because then Missoula called and said, and when the sheriff called me, I couldn't say no to him because he's bailed us out of a couple different things. So he sent us 5, and I couldn't say no.
Missoula Sheriff.
Yeah. And then now we're weeding them down. So, and if he does call and say 5 more, I got to kind of say yeah. But that's why I'm trying to get rid of all probation and paroles DOC that they gave us.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Mm-hmm.
Number one, if we need more bed space, have you considered putting the extra bunk above those other 2 beds? There's enough room. So you'd get an extra 10 beds.
So
That would give
in
you more
max,
money.
well, the point of, so the one room that has 2 beds in it, 1 in each bed in the green section, that's max. That's if people act up, we stick them in there.
No, but if you look at the bunk beds, when I took the little thing, I asked somebody, I said, do you have enough room here to put
Oh, a third
an
bed?
additional third bed? And they could, you know. Obviously, there's some issues with that. Somebody trying to hang themselves would have a better chance of it, but
Absolutely. And there's no ladders on it. I don't even know how they get into that thing. Like, I looked at that, I was like, man, if I had to stay here, how would I get up there? Because I thought there was a
put
little...
little railings up the foot. That's how we did it when we were kids.
But then that'd be
Yeah, when you're a
an
little kid.
opportunity to tie a thing on.
Yeah, they could. They
You
could.
can't if you have a ladder. I mean, that they kind of minimize. That's why it was kind of hard for our, for a lot of people to commit suicide, because there's really not anything to hold on to.
To hold on to. But
Anyways.
if you can figure out something, and the
Yeah.
other thing is, if you have a misdemeanor that probably you want to get out of there, can you call me? Because sometimes the misdemeanors go in on a misdemeanor charge because we're waiting for another felony or something else to come down the pike, and we don't always tell everybody.
Well, yeah, and the misdemeanors I'm talking about, I know who arrested him and brought him in like yesterday, and I know it was just a traffic violation or something.
Oh,
I already
okay.
know that, so
Okay,
that's the
but-
ones I'm saying.
but
Like
a
the
lot-
DUIs now, I'm not allowing them to book them in. If they have a sober driver to come get them. I'm like, no DUI gets booked in.
Okay.
So if they get a DUI, I said, you find a sober driver, process, release them, do not book them in. Which I found out they did book one in, and I'm gonna talk to them about
I
it
didn't
today.
know you were doing that. Okay.
Yeah, because if they're not mandatory arrest, why are we arresting them?
Well, the man's forms, are they doing the man's forms at that time?
I'm assuming so.
Well, can we check on that? Because that presents problems.
We'll have a second meeting.
Okay.
So, the feds, that's coming down the pike, just letting you know.
Okay.
And then we'll go there.
Yeah, well, because there's some perks to it if there's a longer term contract, and they kind of help out. They sweeten the pot in other ways. And
Yeah.
that one they pay the $30 an hour for transport.
$30 an hour for transport, then they'll do, if they do the big contract, and I don't know how it'll work out, but they'll pay for remodel us, sewer stuff, upgrades,
Okay.
adding a wing. If we want to build out in the parking lot, take up space and add a whole nother wing. That might be something to consider down the road. Maybe just get rid of, what is that street? Just get rid of that street and build all the way out.
And just be part of Durango?
Yeah. Well, I was going to call Sean because I remember for some reason they told me when we were here that they built the building so you could build up. Now, I don't know if that's, yeah.
You could probably remember, because
Right.
he's got a tremendous memory.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, I just talked to him about 2 weeks ago. He didn't quite remember what I was asking, but I cannot believe what he can remember of 30 some odd years. And
Right.
I can't remember what we did last week.
Right.
Yeah, but that would be interesting if you remember it with the engineering.
Right.
Architectural.
Yeah.
And then I know you guys are here for the one, I guess we can talk about the cars first. We do have to get to the 911 system, but we'll talk about the cars first, I guess, assuming that's why you guys are here. First, let's go to the Impound Lot. The only reason I got this down is Gordon, the ex-mayor,
He's volunteering to do stuff.
come running up to me with a note saying, make me a reserve officer. I'm going to clean up your impound lot. And then he said, I talked to your commissioners and they've okayed it. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell.
We had told him to go ask you.
Well, I told him, I don't know what the hell he's talking about, that they need to talk to you, these two, that they're working on it. And I said,
Well, he was volunteering to help. If they don't have the time, he was volunteering to kind of like be deputized to be able to make phone calls and get.
Let him do it. Let him do it. We'll
and
take
actually,
the work.
Yeah,
help.
actually, Gordon let me know, and he just said, hey, I can be bonded. I didn't know he needed to be a deputy. He said,
I don't know what he needs to be.
He told me he could be bonded. He's been bonded before to run the bins and stuff. So I immediately went to Deb and said, hey, Deb, we got a guy named Gordon who could potentially help us with the legwork. And Deb said, that would be great because that's our problem.
If you want to give me if you want to give me his name, I'll be more than happy to put him to work.
Gordon Hendricks.
And he's not a wingnut, Debbie.
He's
well,
not?
I mean, he's a bit of a wingnut.
He used to be
he's a mayor and he was a state legislator.
Okay.
He likes to help people.
Yeah.
But I'll be more than happy. I mean,
But I mean, half that is already done though, right? You've got a lot of letters already out.
you have no idea.
Yeah.
You have no idea.
No.
We were given nothing.
Right. We've got the names, okay? And now it's a matter of going back and going through and putting all the paperwork together and getting it done. Over the winter, you're not going to have an auction because you got the cars under the snow. So that's why I said it'd probably be around spring. So we're ready to start rocking and rolling on it again because now we've got the weather and we can put it together. But I've got to contact every one of these people. And you don't just got to contact the owner. You've got to contact the mortgage holder. You've got to contact the defense and the defendant. You know, you've got all sorts of people that you got to make.
Well, if the case is over with, why would we have to talk to the defense? I'm just asking, because why wouldn't you just talk to the owner, who was probably the defendant in the first place, but the case is over,
the owner is
so he
not
doesn't
always
know right to his attorney at that point in time.
But the owner is not always the defendant.
I
A
understand.
lot of these cars were stolen. That's why they're just laying around. Nobody knew who they were. The victims were never told about it. So we've got.
Well, we've already been working on that for the last few years. Those phone calls, right?
Right.
Well,
Micah said
last
all those
year.
were made.
Yes.
Nothing
I've
was
got.
done. I know
I've
we
got.
heard that Micah said that a lot of this was done. You recall that, remember Boone was saying that he brought us.
Yeah, I gave it to her.
Yeah, and then when we asked him, he had given it to us the day before, and it was sitting in our inbox. When he said he gave it to us, he gave it to us the day before in my inbox.
Right.
We had nothing. I sent one of our victim advocates at the time with law enforcement, and Shirley Iwata was in that storage area, a victim advocate, trying to get VIN numbers and stuff from the Manahan kids. In desperation to try to get something. So,
But now you got those from me though. I had those two young deputies go into the fire hall.
yeah.
No, we've
Get
got
everything.
we've got
Yeah, but a
that.
lot of
We've
them
got
don't
the.
have VINs.
But now Gordon, I think what he's talking about, me making him a reserve, is so he can run VINs through dispatch and just get the VIN and have them give him the owner's name.
Yeah.
He can get with you,
Yeah.
and you guys can tell him
That'd
how
be
you want him
fine.
to do it.
Yeah.
I guess I'd be willing to do that until dispatch.
He's going to be bonded or something.
Well, I don't know
He
about
said he
bonded.
could
I don't
be.
even know
He
what
said
that
he's done it
means.
before, is what he told
Well,
me.
I don't even know why we need him bonded. I mean, he either works for. We could make him a reserve deputy.
That might be his thinking of to get out of having to potentially be bonded.
Right.
I didn't even hear about the reserve deputy.
And just say
I've done it before.
you're working under their umbrella for me as a reserve deputy, so that you can get a list, take a dispatch. I can tell dispatch,
Yeah.
run sieging for him.
We've already done that.
Okay,
But,
either way.
but,
No,
but
no,
we
no, not-
but
yeah, not on-
if
yeah,
we
not
may
on-
need to renew a lot of them because
Right.
there's been
So-
some time.
So I will call him, and I'll tell him to make an appointment with you, and
Yeah.
do it that way.
Yeah.
So I got a question for Ellen and for Deb both. So in the future, we have a sheriff here that's willing to work with us on a lot of these things. This has been something that's always stuck in our craw, that pile of cars sitting there. Some of those go back, I'll bet, 20 years.
Well,
They
we were
do.
saying
Yeah.
that-
They do.
I tell
So
people that-
what can we do in the future, working with the sheriff that's willing to work with us? What can we do in the future?
We need to make
when
some
we get-
procedure.
Yeah,
need to write procedure, and procedure cannot be overlooked. It needs to be followed exact, because otherwise then we get into this mess. And a lot of these things, you don't usually seize vehicles. A lot of times these vehicles were seized what they thought under search warrant. You can't do that. It's got to be under forfeiture. There's different ways to do seizures. And a lot of the things that I'm working on too are just abandoned.
Yeah.
They're just absolutely abandoned.
But I guess I wonder in the back of my mind, how do these other counties deal with,
We'll get some procedure.
with the vehicles that, take.
So what we've been starting now doing with me, we haven't put any new citizen vehicles in there since I've been here. We put an
So what do
RV
you
in
do
there.
with it?
We've been sending them to tow lots.
Okay.
And let them deal with
let
them.
impound
Let them
it.
deal
If we
with
don't need
Whatever
it,
they
because
gotta-
we've needed nothing for evidence. We bring it, we've searched them in the Sallyport. We've left them overnight in Sallyport till we got a search warrant. Searched them. Once we get the drugs or whatever out of them, then I said, call the tow company, they can have it. And then they can deal with the guy and all that, because
Yeah.
we don't want the car.
Yeah.
It's usually they owe too much on it, so we don't want it. So
because
they
if
take
we
it.
take it, we've got to contact the victim, the mortgage holder,
We're responsible
it's-
for
Right.
its well-being.
So if we empty that out, chances are we probably never, I don't want to say never, but there's a good chance there's never going to be that many cars. And if there is a car put in there, we're going to have forms filled out, why it's there. They'll be uploaded in the case report, why it was there, whose it is,
Yep.
all that stuff.
And when it's
we have
released.
forms. I'm supposed to call the Plains printing shop, and they're supposed to make us tow impound forms so that we have those, and says whatever. And then we'll say there'll be a procedure to take 4 pictures, one of each side of the car, so that they can't say you did new damage, you did old damage, whatever.
Well, we have a case right now
Right.
where that's going to be
So I'll
a
have
mess.
Gordon just reach out to you guys. I'll tell him yes. Once he talks to you and you're like, yes, we can make this work, and he thinks yes, he can work, then he can come down to me. We'll make him a reserve deputy, and he'll be your investigator for the impound lot or something. And not
even just drafting some of the letters.
right, yeah, not unarmed. Just go over and we'll give him the key and the passcode, and he can come and go out of there as he pleases.
Yeah, and just to follow up on what Deb was saying, policies, procedures, and I would suggest that we almost calendar it like April of every year,
Yeah.
or May of every year.
Yeah.
If we don't have enough items for a sheriff's sale, we at least say we've got 4 or 5, and we just say every April, because I was telling people, coworkers, that I think all 3 of you, as the 3 commissioners, have never had a sheriff's sale during your term.
No.
So this hasn't happened in at least 10 years or more. So that's why it's so backlogged, and it's such a shame, because like the sheriff, and even Sheriff Boone was saying, and Sheriff Toth, the property is so devalued now.
Yeah.
I actually I have a case right now where it was a BMW that was seized.
Yeah.
The guy, I've now done a petition to revoke his sentence. It's years ago. His attorney is saying, well, can't you, he didn't pay he was supposed to make a donation to forfeiture, paid 0, forfeiture fund. Would you just take the BMW? So could you please check with the sheriff? And I already knew that I knew it was not in good shape, but yes, I will check, and I did get an email back. The sheriff did ask Under Sheriff Cashman to check, and he emailed me back today or yesterday saying, the roof is caved in, it's filled with pack rats, it's of no value. And that was not part of the agreement. Him turning over the BMW was not part of the agreement. If it had been, we would have had him sign over the title, and we probably would have sold it.
When it was still valuable.
Yes, or given it as a county cost.
Now, I would say as a BMW, we'd probably be able to take that to a lot, not a lot,
No.
but a thing, and there's parts they could scrap
That's
off
what-
that.
yeah,
That would be
and that's what-
worth something.
Yes, that's what Captain said, but I don't know if so to maybe get rid of this guy, maybe we do it, but I'd
Right.
like to go back to defense saying, okay, we want, instead of the 5,000 you're supposed to do, or 3,000 forfeiture, give us 1,500, we'll count the car.
Right.
Or something.
Yes, I agree with
But, 10 years ago, so if we had the policies and procedures, this is how we're gonna do it. And we know that we have Gordon, if he's willing to stick it out.
Yeah.
If
I think he is.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great.
He's done.
Well, then after he's done with that, we need him in that file, which we got every serial number we could get for you.
Mm-hmm.
Those, and I know they gave you the list, and they got a backup list if we don't have that. But, Because that's the next thing we need to empty out.
Yeah, and we want to clean that out. That was kind of, since they were protected, we weren't as, I know those other ones aren't valued, but just for the cleanup value,
Yeah,
to get
just
rid
to
of it.
get
I would say, if we could.
Is Manahan's, did you put him straight on all those stuff yet, or is he still thinking he's going to get it?
He's gonna, he's on the back burner right now. But if we get.
Nobody calls like he was calling weekly.
He does, he calls.
Yeah, but, well, actually he hasn't called in a while because I tried to call him back.
Okay.
And then actually he came up with his little daughter, and I just briefly talked to him, and he has not gotten back to me. So.
But if we
All
do
right.
the vehicles at the same time, you can always sell that property as well.
Yeah.
Right, that'd be nice.
And that still has value.
That does.
Well,
That has value.
Yeah.
yeah, but they're all dried up, the oil and everything.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe there's something in it. I don't know, the spark plug.
Yeah, there's something we can get.
There's
Yeah.
people around here that can fix those
They can
things
get 'em
up
running,
and get 'em
yeah.
running.
All right.
But, I mean, that's, as soon as, if Gordon comes or calls, just send him my way.
What's your
I'm more
office
than
number?
happy. It's 822-3528.
I have to wait for the tree to get turned off before they.
When's the tree get?
I don't think so. I think
You need
can
to
call
tell me.
directly.
I can call and have that done right away.
Oh, that was decided today when Lori was here.
Yeah, but are you?
So what
you're
day
telling
do you
me
want it
to go
turned
ahead
on?
and do it?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, but I guess Monday.
Yeah,
I can reach DIS today after this
DIS can
meeting.
just hit a button and be
Mike, I
done
think you can call directly to phone.
to her.
Yeah, because you guys can call directly to me.
Yeah, from our offices.
Yeah.
I'm talking, somebody calls from outside.
From outside, they
Like when I try to call you from my cell phone.
Oh, really?
It gives me a tree and I gotta
Oh,
wait.
you're kidding me.
No.
Oh, I thought if you knew the person's direct
No.
extension, you could hit
That's
them.
why we.
Oh.
That's why we did this today, because people
Yes.
get frustrated.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you couldn't get.
No,
the
from my
name.
office, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I-
the internal you can
Right.
get. Oh,
Yeah.
isn't that funny? Because I thought, I don't want everybody to have my back line.
Right.
But I figured you could call my back line from anywhere. Ah. And I
Anyhow.
gotta pay more attention when the main line is ringing after hours. I hear it, I'm like, it's probably a defendant calling because I don't think anybody's here. I didn't realize it could be you guys. Because I think if I'm not answering the main line.
Well, if
you
it's
don't
after
call.
hours, I just call your cell.
Yeah, good. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Okay.
So then the new 911 system, I know they're both about the same. They both do the same. I mean, come on, it captures 911 calls, all that. I say, my opinion after seeing both presentations, Lumens is a little more expensive, but that's who we've been using, and
'Cause
they've been good.
They were, in the past, they were called CenturyLink.
Right, CenturyLink, and now they're called
What was
Lumen.
the other outfit?
The other outfit is Univision, and they use the system they use is out of Seattle. And it was nice. It was good. I mean, it just I'm worried that because they're not, they match on some numbers, but other numbers they're a little bit off. And I'm like, and then of course Lumen is like, yeah, they're shorting you on stuff, and they're going to nickel and dime you. We're giving it to you all up front. This is what it is. And I did call because then these guys still, even if we pay the 194 or whatever it is, it might be 192,000. Even if we pay that, we still owe yearly maintenance fee. And I asked Ronnie, was that done in the past? And she said yes. Because I was like, that seems weird, you know.
So with Lumen and Univision both have their maintenance fees?
No, Univision doesn't.
Oh, they
And that's
don't.
what I was concerned with. Anyhow,
Do you think the people you have now, do you think that they would be willing to negotiate if you just said, hey, listen, you guys came in at 192, these guys came in at 190, we want to stick with you, would you come down to 190?
yeah, but I'm saying then they add on
I mean,
a yearly maintenance fee.
Yeah, but I mean, if you say like, hey, we got this other company, we really like you guys, you're so great to work with, and they don't charge the maintenance fee, would you guys be willing to waive that? We sure would like to keep you guys around. I mean, do you think it's negotiable?
I tried.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking.
No, I mean, I've tried.
Oh, you
I got them down a little bit on the main price because they were over 200,000 at one point. And then I said, what happened to the 194 that you came to a meeting with and said all this? And then they worked their numbers and gave us a discount down. But then at the bottom hour, then they go, oh yeah, and then there's this maintenance fee every year. And I'm like, well, what? I thought that's included in that. And he's like, no. That's for all the equipment for us to do things. And then the maintenance fees for, you call us any hour of the day, anything like that, they
And how
respond.
much is that annually?
I think that's like $8,000.
Oh, that's, yeah.
That's a lot.
I was gonna say, if it's, $1,200, like $100 a month, it'd be worth it for that peace of mind. You can call 24 hours a day, but that's like, what, 7?
But that means that, like, they monitor the system. They'll know if the system's going down before we'll know the system's going down. And they can make the adjustment, switch us to Missoula without us even knowing at first, and then letting us know Missoula's now taking your 911 calls,
Okay.
and then switch it back,
Now, can the other guy do that too?
No, and then these guys also, the dispatch, right now, the dispatch they talk on the radio, and then they have to answer 911 calls off a headset, and then admin calls, like people just calling the 355 number, that's another handset. Well, dispatch wants to just wear a headset, and all the calls go through that, and they just hit a button on the screen of who they're talking to. This company's the only one that said they can do it. This one said it might be, they think they could do it, but it might be tough. They'd have to rewrite code. This company's like, oh, we can do it. And then they even came here and got with DIS and they went through our system and said, because at first they were like, ooh, that might be a tough sell because of the phone system that we got coming in here. But then they said, once they did it, they said, yes, we're confident we can do it.
That's a huge deal, I think.
That's what dispatchers were all wanting. They all got excited with that.
Yeah, and I don't think they're asking too much. It's not like they're asking for like leather chairs.
Right.
I think we're in one headset not doing this.
Right.
I don't think it'd be.
You think you could get him to come down on the maintenance?
Yeah, and what I'm going to do, why don't I have them, I might have him come in here, because I'm looking at this now, and some of these numbers don't make sense to me either, but from what he told me before.
Yeah.
So I will discuss it with him and find out what's going on. And then
Have you
have
talked to other counties, see what kind of system they're going to? Are they just using the lumens too, or are they going to anything different?
a lot of them use lumens, but then these guys claim that a couple counties have them, and I haven't talked to them yet. But a lot of the counties have lumens, that CenturyLink or whatever, because they were just everywhere.
Right.
And so.
So a little more work with them.
Yeah.
Pull the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
yeah,
call
if they want
them.
to come out and you can talk to us, maybe we can please pour better than you. They just saw you on TV with
I'm
the
pretty good beggar.
I'm pretty good too. You know, stuff
yeah,
we got.
apparently you are.
And then, so we don't need to do an action item on that then. And then, we have 7 jail spots because you guys authorized the 7th one. There was a female dispatcher that used to work here that quit and then went to work at Billings for Billings 911. I don't remember her name off the top of my head. You know what I'm talking about?
I know. Yeah,
She wants her job back.
What's her name?
We can't say we're in a.
Oh, we can't say because we're in a meeting.
Okay, I thought she said it.
Oh, no,
No.
no. But I do think that we should probably chat a little bit about that.
Yeah. So theoretically, before we chat, let's say the chat goes well, and I want to move forward. One of our personnel has made indications that they're going to be leaving us when something happens. If that happens in their life and that person leaves, we're going to be scrambling to fill that spot. But if this person that wants to come back, since I haven't got enough applications to hire that 7th jailer spot, I want to move it to dispatch, fill it so that one can be working, and as soon as that one leaves, now that spot goes back. Does that make sense? Goes back to jail. Let's just move it here for now, and then we don't have to then apply for dispatchers and all that.
Yeah.
If there isn't something very looming, because I'm aware of some problems or some issues.
I just think it would be a good practice for you and I to chat about it.
And I don't know what you know, but I remember this person, and I called one night with an emergency. It was a semi-truck wreck, and she was good on the phone. Mile markers, location, she asked, and she did not wig out.
So I took a poll. So far, most people were supportive. And I'm going to call her ex-employer and find out really what's going on over there.
But the deputies liked her?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And my thing is, she was working for Billings 911. She'll work circles around all of our dispatchers if she.
Well, she was already doing good here before she went to Billings. Well, from
But
what-
but if there's something that I need to be aware of, then I'll talk to her and then I'll
And then,
debrief
yeah,
with you guys.
it's always
But
good to call.
I've been told about one situation. So I don't know.
Now, would there be an issue if you did move that person over? And what if this other
Doesn't leave.
doesn't go?
Well, that other one's
I mean, it's a pretty sure thing.
yeah.
Okay. I was just thinking, you know, just.
No, that's a valid point, and there are some backup plans.
Okay.
So I guess does that have to be an? I didn't put action item on that because I don't know if that has to be an action item to just swap because you already approved that position.
Mhm.
Can I just use it for what I want until whatever?
Fine with me.
Or does that have to be an action item?
That's a tough one.
Because when did she?
Because it's a different job.
But we just closed on them. We didn't get enough applicants before, did we?
So the dispatcher, but the jail one we're leaving open, I think, until filled. Now we have a past one, the T-shirt guy. He wants the job.
So you guys already contacted him with the job? Because I'm not in the loop on this, so I'm just wondering.
I'm bringing you in the loop right now. I have not contacted him.
Okay.
Somebody, other employee, said, "Hey, are you still interested?" He said yes. They told him to call me and tell me that.
Mhm.
He called, left me a voicemail. I have not called him back.
Mhm.
An undersheriff of mine, unnamed name, said he wants him to work here.
Mhm.
So I was like, maybe. But then I told him about you got an application. So I
How
said,
many
we got
have you received?
One, and I emailed you
Yep.
on that particular one, because
Well aware of
previously,
it. Yep.
And so the other thing is that, yeah, I still would like to chat about both of those.
Mhm.
I think that's again, a really good practice before you make any decisions. Because I do.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
but it is my department. I just want to make that
It
clear.
is, but,
Right.
but let's, if
Yeah.
we could follow the good practice, the best practice, that would be great.
Right.
Well, if we've already run the ad and there's got an applicant, probably wouldn't hurt to go ahead and interview them, and then you can compare it to the.
Oh, no, yeah, no.
Yeah.
That, for the applicant and the other guy, yeah.
Yeah.
That applicant isn't axed out at all.
Well, okay.
And the other guy isn't a for sure thing either, because as she knows and I know, I had some concerns.
Right.
But if we wanted to fill 2 spots right away for the jail, we theoretically possibly could, depending on how the one guy interviews.
Mhm.
But there's some concern with him too.
Okay.
So, that we can't talk about in an open meeting.
Okay, well,
Do you want to just give me a call or set up a time and we'll talk?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
It's just whenever you buy into concerns, you buy in for life sometimes. So just beware.
We now have it though that they are all on 1-year probation, right?
They are, but we need to hurry up and get our policy, because we are still supposed to follow policy, which says 6 months, except for your deputies, because
Right.
that's different. So we need to get that changed in our policy so that we're in sync, because it
Assume you
does
could
need
just
to
do a
be.
letter amendment and put it in there somewhere.
We're working on it, it just hasn't gotten done.
And then where are we at with, because of the uniform stuff? Will you have the letter that they sign that they have to pay back, whatever? Or, because I understand that we thought we had the letter, we didn't have the letter.
There was one letter missing. I scan everything.
Right.
I don't know where his letter got lost.
Right. Okay, no worries.
So
but
that's
in the-
true. We all know that somewhere it got lost.
Right.
but, okay, so so when
In the
you're
future-
doing the intake, Don, with
Yeah.
them, they're doing you're gonna be the one with the letter for them to sign.
I always am. It's
Oh,
in my,
okay.
yep, it's in my
Okay.
new hire
In the
packet.
packet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
And I give it to the sheriff's department to sign.
After they sign. Yeah, after,
Yes,
And then we give it
after-
back to you.
And then, right,
Right.
and then I get it back, and I scan all of my stuff, and then I send the originals up to Kellyanne.
Okay. So then, which figures the one guy. Yeah, well, as long as we can make it clear to people, and whether we get a hire with, if there may be issue, whatever, they got a year probation, we can always eliminate them. Whichever we ever had. Do we have, well, I can't say.
Well, when was our last, getting back to the original question here on the dispatch position, that there's one probably likely to be departing as soon as the
Something
markets
happens.
or something
Right.
happens for their
The housing market.
planning, purposes. So this gal, if the interview goes well, when did she depart? Is it within 6 months of her departure, or when did we last?
I don't know.
advertise?
I'd have to check her file. Yeah.
I assume she'd have to reapply and all that. I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know how long it's been. I don't even know her.
I was just trying to remember.
She left me a voice message.
If we have an old existing pool that we can just simply,
No, it's all
Captain.
dependent on, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
yeah. So if we have advertised recently and we didn't get any applicants, and now we have her, then we don't need to do any of it again. But if we have not advertised and have a pool of 6 months or fresher, then we're gonna have to do it again.
And we do have, there has been an applicant for dispatch that came in with, a while ago, December, and it's on my whiteboard. We still have that applicant.
There was
But
one
I-
from the hospital that was gonna, but then she backed out. Just
Okay,
saying.
I do have an application for dispatch. And Roman, I really am sorry for having interrupted you, but I would have to look to see when we last advertised that
I was just
position.
trying
Yeah.
to express that
Yep.
if we didn't advertise for longer than 6 months ago, then we probably would have to re-advertise.
I would think it's been within 6 months that we've advertised.
Okay.
Definitely.
Because if we received an applicant in December, it was probably in response to an ad.
Right.
So then we could still, it's open until filled, we could still take this Billings one's application and then move forward with a decision.
Right, have them both interview.
Mhm.
Whatever, I'm fine.
Yeah.
After we talk. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's it for me.
That's it?
The MHP office, we already solved that.
Mhm.
Well, we didn't solve it, but. Oh, yeah, Bettis, sorry, patrol cars. Sorry, good man. That's the main thing, because he's gonna kill me if I don't bring that up. So,
Oh, I thought he was gonna be here, or by phone.
he's
or something.
babysitting
Yeah.
grandkids.
Oh.
And I have the contract and I have his insurance. I
Oh,
rushed
my
him here.
gosh, that's awesome.
Well, he just used the contract for somebody else. And he's
Yeah.
authorized to the state to be used also. So
That is a, that,
the reason this all happened though is when I first got here and we didn't have a jail, we had all these transports and we couldn't do them and it was an emergency situation. And I knew he was doing them for Yellowstone County and he was doing them for a lot of Idaho counties and then Montana, some other
yeah, he
counties.
did come here.
So I
Yeah.
said, somebody said he's done some, so I just called him and said, Joe, can you go pick up prisoners? Then it was just easy to call him and have him do it. And then he said, I know in the past, patrol cars, sheriff's office cars, owned by sheriff's office or the county. These cars are almost all but one or two. Well, all of them have, their turbos are blown out, engines are blown. The one he's driving now is a reserve car until we give it to him or whatever we do with it.
That's an old Impala too, isn't it?
Well, no, he just, one of the Fords.
Oh, okay.
That has no turbo. It's gonna be over $5,000 to fix the turbos. So that's why we were desperate for cars, because they couldn't really drive at a high rate if they were going somewhere without worrying the engine was gonna blow. So, I mean, we'll Kelly Blue Book them, and that's the best way we can find about the cost, which, talking to everybody, as soon as we say the engines are shot, they're gonna, they're not worth anything.
I don't know that Kelly Blue Book would be sufficient, only because you're making a subjective decision. Is it good, fair, bad, or excellent? And that becomes a problem because it sort of gives you an appraisal. You've got to do an appraisal. There's people around here that can do appraisals for you.
Find me one.
Well, we could do. I know they're not going to be excellent. The cars are probably 185,000 miles on them?
Yeah,
If you
easy to
take the year of the
200,000.
car and the mileage of the car,
Right.
and
Type it
if
into
you
the
just say
thing.
good, even if you say good, I mean, if we wanted to go
Right.
excellent, I can't imagine a car that old with that many miles, a cop car. Nobody even wants a cop car because they're drove hard,
Pieces
put
of
away.
crap, yeah.
I don't know. I think we should just see where it lands. I mean, yeah, if we're on the bubble where they're $24.99, then we better get them appraised.
Yeah.
But the state statute said anything under less than $2,500, you don't have to public auction because it's not worth
Right.
the
Yeah,
time
but
and
it's
the
gonna
money.
be appraised. That's the statute. It says it's appraised.
But
It
it
doesn't,
Determine whether or not it gets to that
But
point.
that,
To that
but,
point, and it's
but
gotta be
whenever you,
independent.
but isn't Kelly Blue Book considered an appraisal method? Because when we take our cars to the dealer, that's
how
what
they
they're
use it
using
to
to appraise
appraise it.
our car.
well, yeah, but that's a private deal. They can accept it based on that. But I think an appraisal, I can even check into what an appraisal is in the statute.
Yeah.
And see. If
Because
Kelly
then we're
Blue
gonna end up
Book
spending
works.
more money on worthless cars to pay somebody to tell
No,
us
I get it, I get
Yeah.
it. But if appraisal works by Kelly Blue Book, fine,
Oh, yeah.
do it. But if the statute doesn't allow it and it says appraise,
Mm-hmm.
I would cover your bottom side. We're your best friends. We try to cover you personally
Mm-hmm.
because you don't want the liability that could always ramifications from
No,
it.
and I-
But we don't want to spend
You don't
more
wanna
money on
jazz?
an appraisal
We don't
or
want 'em to
more
end up-
appraisals
And-
I get
than
it.
what the
And we-
cars are worth.
We
I
don't want
get
to
it.
end up in a lot where they
Yeah,
get rat
they're gonna be
infested.
Yeah.
And then then
We've
he's
got
not
plenty
gonna
of
want
county
it.
cars out there that are ruined because of that method.
We know that for a fact, don't we?
Yeah.
But let me look in the statute and see if I can come up with what they define
So
appraisal
there's
as.
4 to 5 cars.
And even if we just said, we agreed that we were gonna say good, even though we think it's poor, then if it
Yeah.
ever came, if it is appropriate, then we could say, hey, we even
Gave it
gave
good.
it better.
Yeah.
So we should be even more protected, if we just say good or fair. We know they're poor, but we're gonna say fair and they still fell under.
Mm-hmm.
Then we walk away saying, hey, we know they're under 2,400.
Yeah.
There's, because we said them high, we rated them higher than what they actually are. Do I think they're gonna be appraised over 2,500? No.
No.
But I hope not, and I don't think they will.
And so who
But
do you get to
it's-
appraise them?
Yeah, I got it.
I mean, so
Well, I mean, they've got appraisers out there.
Well, that's what we're saying. We'll check to see,
easy.
can Kelly Blue Book, or there's another one, I can't remember what it's
All
called.
the appraisers for cars that I know use Kelly Blue Book.
Well, there's another one, I can't remember.
But they can
what
write
it's-
you an
The
opinion.
NADA book,
Yeah.
Yeah.
National Auto Dealers Association.
Maybe that's it, because there was one that a Toyota dealership in Butte used, and we used to use
Yeah, they
their,
have 2 books.
because it gave victims, they appraised higher than Kelly.
Right,
So when we would try to give victims more money when somebody
Mhm.
trashed their car, we would use that one
right.
to try to get them more money.
But you're a government agency, what were you doing that for?
We were trying to get the victims more
Oh,
money.
okay.
When I was deputy county attorney, so we would use the better appraiser and go to the court and say, that car's not worth 2,500, this guy needs to pay 3,000, because NADA says 3,000. So,
And I've heard of home appraisals, but I haven't really heard of a
But
car
having an
appraisal.
appraiser do it, they put a certification, they stamp it and put it on. When I did the auctions in California, I had appraisers for everything.
yeah, but it's so, we know it's more difficult because we're
It
so
is.
rural. Yeah.
I mean, the first person that comes to my mind as an appraiser is go to Dave Smith and pull his salesman and say, I've never heard of an automobile appraiser.
Well, unless
around
it's
here.
Jay Leno's, car
Well,
collection,
yeah.
they might appraise that, but,
But they have
But I'm not saying there
appraisers. I mean, I think if you look in Yellow Pages, you'll find under appraisal.
Okay, you're
You know?
dating yourself, Deb.
yeah.
Sorry.
What are yellow
Dating
pages?
yourself by saying
Is there a
yellow
full book anymore?
Says I have one, so I'm following her. Yeah, the yellow pages.
Maybe we can get them appraised over
Yahoo.
Zoom.
I think the only people who understood yellow pages were those of us in the room. If anybody's gonna watch this, they're gonna say, Mom, what's a yellow page?
Yeah, what's a Yellow Page? What's a dial?
Yeah, but I mean, if we can do Kelly Blue Book or National, oh my gosh.
I'll check into
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I don't have a
Yeah.
problem.
It really is, it's just to cover the county, and it's really not to try to make it more
Yeah,
difficult.
I'm not
for
arguing
anybody.
with that part of it, I just,
Yeah.
Yeah, the last thing you need is somebody that's got it in for the county and wants to come in and blow things out of
And
And we give them all the
I
cars for
didn't get a
free.
chance to.
Here, you can
yeah.
have them, you can have the
I
cars.
didn't
Yeah.
get a chance to put a bid in, we
Yeah.
just.
Yeah.
I mean, 'cause that's how worthless they are, we could, I mean, I can't see anybody getting excited about that.
And then stopping,
No.
stopping the sale, and then you got to start all over
Yeah.
again. I mean, it becomes a real mess.
Because we actually do know people who could potentially do that.
You deal with a different bunch of people, don't you?
Yes, but the scary thing is that they
She lives
could
in
probably
St.
legally do it, and you hate to see that happen.
Yeah, okay.
I would just,
But, okay, sorry I wrote you a treatise, but that, you know,
Oh,
I
were
just
you the
put it
author
out.
of this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good research. I found
Yes.
some code I
Yes.
did not know about.
Which one?
The one about Flom versus unknown heirs of Conrad.
That was an interesting case.
yeah.
That was absolutely interesting. But the only reason I used the flop thing was for the lot. Because you can separate the two cars and make them distinct separate.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, then they'd be over the appraisal value.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I was researching, so I just sort of laid my hat on that one.
Yeah, because if we had to, if they were saying, no, it's gonna be the whole lot, then we know that probably 5 cars are gonna be maybe worth
Right,
over
right.
5,000 or 2,500. So would we then have to go one each year, or could we separate them right now?
Right.
So now we know.
We can separate
We can
them.
separate them. And I feel good that they probably will be under 2,500, but we
Right.
wanna make sure we follow. We just don't wanna get in trouble for something that could hopefully not be a big deal.
Yeah.
And that we've got an interested party who want to take those.
So maybe if
Yeah.
I gotta take my car, my tire sensor in my new patrol car is bad.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So.
Under
I gotta
warranty,
take that
thank
in.
goodness.
Yeah. So you take it in, they're gonna fix the sensor.
What size of tires
Four.
are on them?
I don't know. Showers looked at it. Anyways, I'll talk to Ford dealership.
Oh my gosh, that'd be great.
And I'll
They
see-
might know.
Ask them if they know any
I'll
appraisals.
see what they'll tell me.
Even
what
if
they
it's in
would-
a different.
Because even
state.
Kelly Blue Book doesn't have, because these aren't, they're Tauruses, but they're not Tauruses. They're Interceptors, and they're different, and the engines are different.
Right.
And in Kelly Blue Book, I can't put in there that the turbos are blown, and
Yeah,
I
back
mean,
seats are
the
gone.
Ford told us that it's going to cost us $5,000 to fix the turbos and all this stuff. That's why we weren't putting more money in it, because the maintenance bills. Hence why we got new cars, to avoid the
I
maintenance
mean, I would
bills.
think like a Ford certified.
I'll talk to him when I take him
They
in
could
there.
write you
Yes, I mean, that could
an
be
appraisal.
it. That
Yeah,
could
because if you
be-
just
Right.
punch in the Taurus, even put fair, it might come out higher, but
Right.
there's no way to say, yeah, but there's no turbo.
Right.
Which
Yeah.
you go, oh,
Oh,
that,
yeah, that makes a big difference.
Yeah. I mean,
That would be-
everybody's
one doesn't
gonna
even
say
start.
They ain't worth nothing.
Yeah.
That one that's
right.
back here right now doesn't even run. And the one with the light bar's all black, it doesn't even run. We can't get it started at all. So, and Joe wants them. He's going to put new engines in them,
And he's gonna not just take them off our hand, he's gonna exchange them for the bill of the
Yeah.
transport.
Right.
I mean,
think that's-
I would love it.
Yeah.
But we just want to make sure we do it right. And then this was good because I was telling Deb, because we were talking about this, and I said to her, oh no, I talked to Sheriff Boone, and it might have been my misunderstanding, because I don't want to say it because he's not here to defend himself, but I'm fairly confident I asked if we had a contract with, and maybe, I may have misunderstood, or he might have said, I'll get back to you, and then I just forgot about it.
well, when I talked to him, we don't have one.
Yeah.
I said, well, you write me up one, or take one that you have with another county, change all the names to us. I'll give it to
Yeah.
Ellen. If she
So,
signs off on it, then we're
Even
good
with
to go.
this really, that was a great way to find out that we were lacking in that. So we can fix that, no problem. We need to have a contract with him.
Can I also ask another stupid question? Yeah, the liability insurance, obviously the county is going to keep these cars on its insurance? Or is he carrying?
What are you talking- no, we're not
The
keeping
county's liable.
We're not kidding. No. Once he takes them, they're his cars. The only car that we're paying insurance on is I believe, is the one he uses as a patrol car for us.
Okay, but the transportation, in doing the research, if I'm not mistaken, I'll go back, but if I'm not mistaken, the transportation, when somebody transports, the county's still liable.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful.
You guys
Yeah,
are
and
killing
we
me.
talked
What
about
are you
this-
talking about? So hold on.
No, we're
I want to make sure I understand this correctly. Ellen buys that car.
No.
Let's just say you. Well,
No, you're talking about the wrong thing. She's just talking about when Joe transports our inmates,
right.
if they crash,
If they crash.
people could come after us and
Right.
Joe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Well, that's with anybody
Yeah,
that's transporting.
yes. And Deb and I talked about that, and I let her know that.
And he does it for Yellowstone County, so I'm sure.
Does it for all kinds of
And
counties around here.
it's just like Sanders County Detention, we talked about this, where we know we had one of our inmates who passed away there. They could go after Sanders, they could go
Yeah.
after us.
Go
She's
after
our
us.
inmate. Yes.
He's passed through the state. The state has all of his stuff.
Yes.
You know.
Yep.
The bonding or
The bonding and all that.
But yeah, like you said, they can sue for anything.
They can
So
sue.
Whoever
Well.
owns, you know.
And
Oh, well.
He's basically
That's
our
why we
agent,
have
so we-
insurance.
Yes, yep.
You know?
That's why I was asking, you know, just somebody has verified all
I
the
thought you were talking
insurances.
these cars. I'm like, what are you
No, no,
talking
no,
about?
no, yeah.
That's true. I do still need one, I
Yeah,
do
like
still need one
liability doesn't-
Yeah, like he's
clarification.
well, because he's going to transport the cars back home. I'm like,
No.
are you
no.
kidding me?
No, when he's transporting.
Did you approve that that position could be moved to dispatch without doing anything?
You said you had to find out, you said, you told
Well,
me.
that- I
you
thought
didn't-
No, that
was
spot.
advert.
That's different.
Yeah,
Oh,
Do we have to have, the question was, and we all said, oh geez, that's a good question.
yeah, we didn't answer.
Because the spot's already been authorized. To me, it's like, I should be able to just use it as I need. But,
What was the position called that was authorized? Detention officer?
Detention officer.
And you want to make it a dispatcher?
I want to sub it for dispatch just for a little bit and then put it back into detention. Because it's just sitting there empty.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna know what I'm gonna say.
So, you can say, action item, which fine, next week they can
Yeah,
vote on it.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But at least in my mind, I can start making moves that I need to
Yes.
make.
I would ask that it be
'Cause I'm
an
pretty
action
sure
item. It was
We'll make an
discussed
action
today,
item
but
next week.
I think it should,
To move
just
that
to cover everything.
To make it
extra
authority.
position over to the.
After me and her talk, maybe we won't do it.
Yeah, right.
We'll discuss this, whatever situations we got,
Okay,
and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah, but I'd say, yeah, start making the plans if you think that's gonna happen. And that way, if it doesn't, then you can say, hey, I can take that off the agenda, or
Right.
it's settled and we
Yeah.
just need the vote.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Cover
absolutely
everything.
some reason why I just absolutely cannot hire that one
Oh, no,
person.
no,
And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's all I had.
All right.
Wow.
All right, I'm looking forward to Gordon, jumping in and helping us out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll call
Yeah.
him when we leave.
What's his last name?
Hendricks.
I keep calling him Gordon Pearson because there was a legislator named Gordon Pearson.
Ah,
And I knew he was a legislator, so I keep saying Gordon.
I always
Pearson.
thought he sang songs. I was thinking Gordon Lightfoot. but-
Oh, and then, so,
I
I haven't put the
I saw
notice
Gordon
out yet,
Lightfoot
but
too.
my
Oh, is that
phone-
right?
Just for all of you, I haven't put the notice out yet, but my phone's blowing up. Montana Sheriff's Office Peace Officers Association has been sending out letters for donations. They look hinky because it says my name and that,
Oh.
and then the address back is in Miles City. Those are legit.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it on our Facebook. Monty Turner, I see, has been blowing up my phone. I know we had one dropped in off at the sheriff's office, and it was all circled up. Those are legit. They're now apologizing for not letting the sheriffs know ahead of time that this was going on.
When I first came here, I got one, and I think it says New Country, and I checked with Bauer. And he said, no, they're legit, and so I said, check it, because I thought it was
Yeah.
Yeah.
false too.
So I gotta
It's the
get
same
it-
thing. It was Tom Bauer's name, but some address
Yeah.
in Miles City.
Right,
Yeah.
that's where the treasurer's
That's where
office
the,
is.
yeah, and I think.
And yeah,
I
they
think
they
that's-
use your local sheriff to try to get you to send money to the association.
Yeah.
Yeah, they even had my
Yeah.
signature on there. Because they go, here, sign this piece of, I'm like, oh, whatever.
Yeah,